Oh, wait. Is it? Is it? Is it okay now? Am I? am I? Am I back? Is my voice back? I mean, at least I see the little the little display thing. I see the little display thing, but it was saying that it was like that the microphone was unavailable, and I was like, what? No, it's not. No, no, it's not. It's right here. Ah! Can never can never do this right. One time where everything goes right from the beginning. That's all I ask. You want to know something else? Okay, so I said that this was gonna be like a work stream, kind of like. Here's the thing. I realized that I forgot to pick like some music to have on while I'm on the other screen, like, because this screen has two songs that usually play. The other one the other one doesn't, because it's usually my gaming screen, so you don't usually need. Oh, hi everyone! Hi Philip, hi Neru, hi PPA, hi Elmer, hi anyone who may or may not be watching. This is Atari Yeo coming at you from, well, it's pretend Atlantis right now, because let's face it, I am not actually in Atlantis. This room is but a ruse. 'Tis but an illusion. Actually, it's just because, well, it's a representation of what my room is in Atlantis, where I am not right now. Oh my goodness, why? Okay, first things first. I think that I owe you guys a little bit of an explanation for what happened last week. I'm not gonna go too much into detail, but basically, I kind of crashed, and I'm not sure if I'm completely completely recuperated from that already, but basically it was like I got some. The trigger was I got some target words at me from the shops. From the shops. Well, she's not the manager, because the manager is under her, like the supervisor. Let's put it like that. Apparently, I am not performing up to their standard. Which is a little bit of an odd thing to tell someone who was absent for 2 weeks because they were on vacation. Like they were like, oh, you haven't been. Oh, because this wasn't even told to me. This wasn't even told to me. It was to one of my coworkers, and basically they said, oh, he is not doing so well. He needs to sell more, because we're not hiring people to be decorations. We're hiring people to sell. But well, they didn't say like be decorations. They said like, to decorate the store. We're hiring people to sell. But that's ignoring a bunch of things. One, again, I wasn't there for 2 weeks because I was on vacation. That period where I was sick. Yeah, that one. And second, I don't know, but have you noticed that the days where I work are usually not the strongest? As in, like, you can go anywhere in the mall and tell that the 2 days where I work are not the strongest ones, period. So I kind of felt like it was a bit unfair that that they were saying those things. And after all that I have sacrificed throughout the last, like, ever since last September, like, this, just a little bit of a vent, just a little bit of a vent. Basically, I found myself thinking, I have sacrificed so much in these last few months. These past, like, 6 months at this point. Like, half a year. I've been sacrificing so much. I've sacrificed my time, my money, especially since there was the whole Sunday thing. I've sacrificed so much, and I don't have anything in return. That's kind of how I felt. Holy Potato Paladin. That's actually funny because okay, so the manager, okay, little workplace story here. The manager thinks that I should dress in a different way. Let's put it like that. She says, I commented this on Twitter. Like, she said, "Oh, you can't bring cargos anymore." I mean, she was half joking, half serious, that kind of thing. But yeah, she said, "Oh, you can't bring cargos anymore. People are gonna think that you're a kid." And I'm like, "Well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with them thinking that I am younger than I actually am? Like, what's wrong with my cargos, man? What's wrong with my cargos, dude?" Oh man, I'm so glad that she hasn't seen some of my summer cargos, which are like, they're like 3/4. They're like 3/4 cargos, which, like, I would never bring into the store. But yeah, no, like, she would flip. So yeah. And yesterday I wore some pants, some jeans that are a little bit closer to, like, they're not wide leg, they're flares. So she was like, "Oh my goodness, you look so different. Here, let me take a picture to send to one of our coworkers." Like, "You look so much better." Like, that was, so yeah, your comment, Paladin, made me think of that. She's always trying to push me, like, to dress a little bit fancier, and I'm a very much cargos and t-shirt kind of guy when I'm out and about in the modern world. So yeah, t-shirt and cargos, or wide leg jeans. But yeah. But yeah, they were trying to push you under the bus. Yeah, I'm gonna check chat. Okay. Hi, Nero. Didn't notice you were here. Oh my god, the room is so cute. I love the plushies and the games. Yeah. This is not entirely true to life yet, because I don't have an Atari 2600 yet, and I don't have a Dreamcast yet. But I will. They needed reason to fire you, and they chose that. No, here's the thing. One thing that I've learned is sometimes when supervisors say things like that, what they want is for you to do the opposite. Like, they want you to prove them wrong. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work. I've also been in another job where I was told, but this was, oh man, this was right when I got out of a really bad depression, and I wasn't completely out of it yet. Like, I was just going to the real world for the first time in a very long time, like with a new attitude, but there were still things that kind of triggered my anxieties and stuff. And I was being medicated at the time, but it hadn't been enough time for some of that to like be ingrained in my body and my neurochemistry. So yeah. And one thing that happened was that, well, I also had coworkers that were not very nice. Like, they looked at me and they were like, "Oh, you think you're so much better than us because you know better." Well, not because you know better, because you know so much stuff, and you like. That's something that I've always been kind of afraid of, is, you know, because I know that I'm a person that talks a lot about a lot of different things. I have a lot of general knowledge about a whole host of different topics, and I understand that for some people that's intimidating because they don't know or at least like they feel threatened because they feel like I'm showing off, or that I think that I'm better than them or something like that. That has happened. That has happened to me a few times during my life, and it sucks, because the reason why I know these things, the reason why I know so much is because I'm naturally curious, and I go after that knowledge. And I like knowing that knowledge. I like to learn. I like to know all there is to know about a certain topic, about a whole bunch of different things. But when you live with small town village people who have no ambitions in their life, who have never even thought of half the things that you're talking about, sometimes they, you know, it's that classic thing, you know, anti-intellectualism is a thing for a reason, and that reason is because people who don't usually know as much as others feel like, I don't know, they feel like they're at a disadvantage or something. But yeah, like that's kind of a tangent. That's sick, bro. Yeah. People already think that, no matter the clothes. Yeah, poor cargos. With cargos, you could be mistaken with being in the military, and people would have to stop and salute you or something. But they were jean cargos. They were denim cargos. Like, there's no mistaking. Like, plus, I'm not wearing them with like combat boots. I'm wearing them with sneakers underneath, like Skechers sneakers. So yeah. I can understand. Okay, I got an idea about something that happened earlier today. Okay. I can understand her, but in that case, you should provide a uniform for your employees. We do have a uniform, but it's only from the waist up. We have a t-shirt or a polo shirt, a long sleeve polo, and an apron. I don't know, like the last 2 retail jobs that I've had to wear an apron. I don't know why. I don't know what about me gives off, oh yeah, this person would do great in a place where they have to wear an apron. Because he also did that when I worked at the children's bookstore. Like, our uniform was not really a uniform. It was just an apron. A very ugly apron, I should say. But I think that the idea there was to resemble daycare daycare or kindergarten teachers. I think that that's the idea, because like the books that we sold, like the oldest age range that we sold books for was like 11, 12, something like that. So most of the books that we had were for the 3 to 6 age range. So it makes sense that they would want us to kind of give off kindergarten teacher vibes. Yeah. Apron plus cargo shorts. Yeah. Oh, hi, Emerald. Oh, awesome. I meant high intellectual too. Actually, like, I mean, I don't know. Like I'm not talking about like intellectualism as in the, the elitist kind of intellectualism. Like, oh, I know better than you, so I should have more rights or whatever. I mean, like, looking down on everyone, on anyone that you perceive as knowing more than you. Like, I'm talking more about the attitude that makes people the attitude that makes people think that because you know a lot, then you also must think that you're better than them, and they want to knock you down a peg. That's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that I mean. You should go full Jersey, maybe. Oh, actually, like here, like where I'm working right now, that would not be possible. But the dress code at the children's bookstore that I worked at was pretty. It was pretty lenient. Like, for example, there was no problem with having your shoulders exposed, for example. If you were well, like, at all, as long as you were wearing the apron, it was okay. Of course, they also said, okay, you have to wear closed footwear. You have to not wear like short shorts or something. Hi, Barney. What is new? The room? I've had it since I debuted my Life 2D model. But yeah, don't forget that Portugal is a country where people are never curious unless it's about someone else's life. I mean, yeah, no, that is true. I thought small town people are supposed to be nicer than city folk. I mean, I don't know what it is like in other countries, but in Portugal, it depends a lot. Like, I've spent most of my time in a small town, and I've seen it all. And I've also lived in cities, and I've had all sorts of like experiences. Like, you need to get lucky about the people that you interact with, is all. Like, it's because you never know. Like, just people like me and my brother. Okay, turning the kayfabe off a little bit here, but yeah, people like me and my brother. We were kind of set apart from others, but at the same time, there were other people who were kind of like us, whose parents were not originally from that town. They just settled there and then had their kids there. So we knew other people that were kind of like us, but they were never actually like us, as in, like, they didn't have, the same sets of interests and the same enthusiasm for the kinds of stuff that me and my brother like. But they were, you know, but they were like smart, intelligent people, knowledgeable. Like they all went to like universities and stuff like that, and sometimes sometimes I feel a little bit bad because almost all of them have like steady jobs, actual steady jobs. Well, there's one of them that I don't really know, but me and my brother don't, and I wonder like what happened. But yeah. Oh, oh, you mean the stream today? Yeah, chat and work stream. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of experimenting today. Not just like with, you know, just this whole chatting thing. But yeah. Hi, Kona! Hi! When they set rules for uniform, the best thing is aggressive compliance. No open-toe shoes, but plate greaves. Okay. I think the further you go to the north of Portugal, the friendlier the people are. See, now here's the thing. That's the stereotype. And I have indeed seen it in action. However, I have also seen the exact opposite. As in, like, in southern Portugal. Like, I'm going to tell you a little story. Okay, so some of you might remember, this was before I debuted my Live 2D model, so it was while I was in the wait to debut it. Like, I already had it and I was like, I want to debut it, but I need to wait. So yeah, last July, me and my brother went to spend a few days, like a week, at a beach in Algarve, which is, well, southern Portugal. It's like the southernmost district of Portugal, and district as in province, not as in district as in the part of a city. That is so confusing. I still don't know why semantics work the way they do. Okay. But yeah, and one of the things that we did was go to a shopping mall. I think because my mom asked us to buy something. My mom had to stay behind because that was during the time where my cat Mitzi, you know, the one that died in February, she had come down. This like was during the start of her problems. Like she had feline acne. And she needed a treatment to be done every day. So my mom stayed at home to take care of her with the help of our neighbor, and me and my brother went on our own to Algarve. And while we were there, we visited a mall. It was actually one of the prettiest malls that I've seen, because it was built in the style of the architecture that was prevalent in the Azores for a very long time. Like, you know, typical. No, not the Azores. Algarve. Fuck, dang it. I still want to go to the Azores. Yeah, she had a really bad case of it. It was on her chin. Yeah, so we went to that mall, and in that mall, one of the big stores, was a Toys R Us, and we found and we decided to see if there was anything that would interest us, and we did find something interesting. We found the Jack Specific action figures of Blaze the Cat and Knuckles the Echidna. Well, the second wave, the one that doesn't come with the emerald, the one that comes with the little spring. So, and they were like 17 euros each, and we were like, we gotta bring these back. We gotta buy these, okay? And then we went and we went to pay for our purchase. I can't speak today. What the heck? Is she doing better now? Barney, she died. She passed away on the 7th of February. So yeah, no. I mean, I guess in one way you could say that she's doing better, but hi Jonathan, how are you? Yeah. So yeah, but we were going to pay for our figures, and we learned, and we ended up striking friendly conversation with the cashier, and he was super nice, and we saw like how he talked to others of his coworkers. Dang it! And they seemed to be like on the same vibe. And first, one of the things that he did was like, my brother's Blaze figure was a little bit. She had a little something on her outfit. Like, we didn't know what it was. It looked like a bit of dried glue. And he wanted to see if he could get it out, so he opened it up. And then he's like, "Okay, if I take this out, it's going to damage the paint." So we went like, "Oh, okay, that's fine." But then we kept talking, and he ended up telling us, "Okay, you know what? I'm gonna tell you a little secret about this place. Okay, it's now July, and you've probably noticed that there's a lot of people. But if you have the opportunity to come later in the summer and even in early autumn, you're going to notice that the temperature is still fine, the water is still fine, and you're going to get a lot less crowds and much cheaper prices because it's not, the high season." So yeah, and all because we stuck around, and because my brother's Blaze figure had a little bit of dried glue on her. That's okay. That's okay, Barney. That's okay. Like, I'm not expecting you guys to know, like, to know by heart everything that happens to the content creators' pets that you watch. A Greek friend once told us a story. Yeah. He sat down at a restaurant and was handed the menu, and the prices were rather outrageous. Yeah. 17 euros for a Sonic figure made in China, that's highway robbery. I mean, yeah, but okay, to give you an idea, we thought that the price was pretty good. Actually. We're used to action figures going for 20 euros, which is crazy. To me. Like, I remember action figures being like the equivalent of 10 euros nowadays. There was this one Wonder Woman figure that I liked, because I liked the Fantastic Four when I was a little kid. And there was this not Wonder Woman, Invisible Woman figure that was like, it was actually transparent. She was made of transparent plastic, and I remember asking my mom for her, and she looked at her, and the price was like, I think 2,000 escudos. Escudos, it was the Portuguese currency before we got the euro. It would be equivalent to 10 euros today. And she was like, "Oh, no, I'm not gonna get you this because this is way too expensive for what it is." And I was flabbergasted. Like, what? Too expensive? What do you mean? What do you mean it's too expensive? To my credit, no, in my defense, I wasn't, and during that time I still wasn't that, I still didn't know how prices worked. I didn't know like what was a lot of money, what was little money, but still, yeah, no, at that time, a figure was 10 euros and my mom said it was too expensive. Like, and I am talking about like, you know, regular action figures with accessories and whatnot. Now, usually, you can't find those for less than 15. And you're lucky if they don't cost 20. Like, I don't remember, my brother wanted to collect the Mutant Mayhem TMNT figures. And I don't remember what kinds of prices I've seen them with. It was over 15 euros. That I can guarantee you. Like, so yeah. He complained to a waiter about it. The waiter looked at him and was like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were a local. That's the menu for tourists." And he brought the Greek menu where everything was a lot cheaper. Ah, yeah. I paid 15 or 16 euros for the cream figure I got from a Continent Model. Yeah, no, like, I understand that when you buy at Toys R Us, you pay a little bit extra, you know, like, I don't know, it's probably because the place is, because the rent is higher. I don't know. It also depends on the size and scale. Yes, no, it does. It does. It is true. It is true. Like, I'm still used to a time where action figures were kind of standardized. Like, you could put your Fantastic Four figures with your Spider-Man figures and your Power Rangers figures, and they would all be around the same size. Which is what me and my brother did when we played with our action figures. Oh, and that's not even getting into the action figures that they made for like Disney movies. Like, I remember wanting the Jasmine one so bad. Like, what other ones did I have? I don't think that we had any. Oh, yes, we had some from Pocahontas. I had Pocahontas and Nakoma, and my brother had John Smith. We also had some from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. We had Esmeralda and Quasimodo. We had the whole set of that. It was weird. So I had Esmeralda. We had Clopin, the Gargoyles, Frollo, Quasimodo, Phoebus. I think that was the whole set. But yeah, you could put those figures. You could put those figures next to like Spider-Man figures or Superman figures. Well, I don't remember DC figures all that well, actually. Most of the figures that we had were like from Marvel. Not because we were big fans of Marvel, it's just because the shows were a lot more prevalent on TV than DC shows. Like, what DC shows did you have? Like, you had Batman, which I believe aired as like a grown-up show. We might have had Superman. I don't remember. But with Marvel, you had a whole bunch of shows airing almost at the same time on TV. Like, you had X-Men, Spider-Man, the Fantastic Four, Iron Man. I think that the Hulk also aired during a time. Man, but that's already 5 compared to DC's 2. Like, and the number of articulations. I mean, having a lot of articulation means nothing if your figure falls apart in the first 3 seconds that you take it out of the package. And that's the story of why I stopped buying SH Figuarts, by the way. Man, speaking of figures, like, SH Figuarts, anything from Bandai, really. Like, every figure that I've bought that was made by Bandai, you know, those collector articulated figures, every figure that I've bought from them has disappointed me. In one way, shape, way or another. One way, shape, or another. Expressions. Use them. But yeah, so I was trying to I was trying to build the entire collection of Sailor Moon SH Figuarts as they were coming out. Mitzi destroyed one. Well, she technically destroyed two, because I got Sailor Moon and I got Sailor Mercury, like, and I actually pre-ordered them back then. So Sailor Moon, what happened was that Mitzi knocked her down from her perch, and her leg came off, and my dad tried his hardest to glue it back together, but you know that the joints in SH Figuarts are super flimsy. They're made of a plastic that does not take to glue, or if it does for a very short time. Like, but yeah, so that's what happened with Sailor Moon. And then with Sailor Mercury, again, Mitzi knocked her down from the shelf that she was in, and then my mom walked into the room and stepped on her, also breaking one of her legs. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I give up. I give up on this collection. Obviously, unless they stay in the box, it's not worth it. And why are you gonna keep an articulated figure in the box? Like, so yeah. And then there was the D-Arts Mewtwo and Lucario that I got. Like, Lucario's like dangly things on the back of his head, like, they just wouldn't stay. They kept falling, like, all the time, and his tail also kept detaching, and I'm like, what the heck? Why is this so hard? Why is this so hard, Bandai? Oh, but before that, I had already had an experience with D-Arts Mewtwo, which looked pretty cool until you noticed that his eyes lacked a lot of, like, detail. And if one of his hands come off, good luck trying to put it back again. You're always gonna find it fallen off again and again and again and again and again, and the articulation isn't even that good. Not on Lucario and not on Mewtwo. None of them are really good. So yeah, every SH Figuarts or D-Arts that I've bought for myself, because I've also bought some SH Figuarts of some pretty cures for my brother, like all of them. Hey nerd, what's up? What's up, new around? If I'm a nerd, well then you're a bigger nerd. Well, probably not, but still. When plastic glue fixed the figure, I have no idea. I also don't know, like, where I put them anymore. Pro tip: use some floor plush to thicken up the joint. Classic Gunpla tip. Yeah, no, the problem is that, like, I wasn't familiar with Gunplas, neither was my dad, so... So yeah. I think Bandai figures are cheaply made in China. I mean, I don't know about China, but they're definitely cheaply made. And the only reason why I say that, oh, I don't know about China, is because I don't have the box of one right here to confirm. Oh, yeah. I have figure all Digimon full set when I was a kid. Oh, yeah, like, I have a Renamon figure that I bought way back in 2001. Like, this was when Tamers was current, and had just come out in the US, and I managed to convince my dad to buy me Renamon and Impmon for my brother. Thankfully, I was already, you know, a little bit older at that point. So when I got my Renamon, I kind of, like, let her stay. Like, she usually had a spot on my bedside table, and I barely like touched her. I barely played with her. So yeah, so she's still intact. I'm not sure where she is because we had to switch up some things in my room, and I don't remember where I put her, unfortunately. So yeah. uh, have you ever gotten a huge Kirby plushie? No, not really. Not really, but that's only because I'm not that much of a Kirby fan. Like at least I've never played a Kirby game. I think that the only Kirby game that I played was like one for the Game Boy Advance that I played on the Visual Boy Advance once or twice. Like I don't know. So yeah, but again, my brother did give me Kirby and the Forgotten Land, so I am gonna play it eventually. I just don't know exactly when. And who knows, maybe it'll convert me to being a Kirby fan. What's crazy, I just got a Robot Girl model kit, and it's designed better than modern figure arts. Better posability and good material intolerances. I think figure arts is just being cheap now. Here's the thing, they've been cheap for over 10 years at this point. Because I think I got that Mewtwo in 2012. I think I got that Mewtwo in 2012. The Sailor Moon figure, again, I pre-ordered her, and she was out for like the 20th anniversary of Sailor Moon as a franchise. Did the anime of Sailor Moon start? Wait. No. It was for the 20th anniversary of the franchise, but I'm starting to think, wait, 2013? Like, 2013 was not like the... Because I was almost 100% sure that the anime started in 1992, which means that the manga started at least 1 year earlier, probably, like in 1991, so... No, I've never played a Kirby game. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I've played as Kirby in Super Smash Bros. Melee. Does that count? I did like playing as him. My brother did not like when I played as the Ice Climbers, though. My brother does not like the Ice Climbers at all. He doesn't like that they're there. He doesn't like it when I play with them. He doesn't like playing with them himself. He hates the ice climbers. The hatred is real. Super real. It's a third-party Chinese model kit and even has magnetic faceplates and magnetic faceplates. Wow. Did you like the Sailor Moon reboot? No. No, I didn't. Oh, this is terrible to say. I finished the 90s Sailor Moon anime. Oh, awesome! I wanna actually sit down and watch the rest because I finished R. Like when I was a kid. I watched it until the end of R, but not actually the end. It was like 2 episodes away from finishing it. Then they switched the schedule, and I wasn't able to actually finish watching it. Like it sucked. So yeah, but in the meantime, I have finished watching R, and I was starting Sailor Moon S when I stopped watching. But I remember kind of where I was, so I think that it's not going to be that. Wait a second. I'm just noticing that I think that. Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna ask you something else. Do you hear me echoed? Do you hear me echoed, or something? Because I figured if I wasn't if I was hearing myself, then that probably meant that my voice was echoed. New lore, he lost his voice. Also, what's going on with the sound? No, there is no echo? Okay, awesome. The studio probably wants to leave the ending like that just in case they want to make more money. Okay, awesome, no echo. No echo. Awesome. I mean, other than probably the reverberation from the room, but silent, like my love life. Just a natural echo of the room, I think. I tried. Okay. To be honest, today I wasn't too careful with audio quality. Like I have a bunch of things open, like the door and the folding doors that separate the room portion of the apartment. So yeah. Hey, Star Quartz, what did you miss? Well, me explaining that I crashed last week, because of stuff that happened at work. I think that's the most important thing, actually. I think that's the most important thing that I talked about until now. Because even if I'm doing Azatsu or world building or whatever, I need to spend a whole hour talking about unrelated things. Like, because that's just how we roll. Also, I apologize to anyone who's here, like from Twitter or Blue Sky. I said that this stream was probably going to be an interesting one if you like world building and story and lore, and there's probably a lot of people kind of disappointed right now. Here's the thing. Yeah, going back a little bit to that topic, because yeah, I actually didn't finish talking about it. There's been like I already said in the stream, but yeah, the last 6 months, well, the last 6, 7, 8 months, ever since September, like, I feel like like I said, I've been making a lot of sacrifices, and I have seen not a lot in return, and I think that that's one of the reasons why I went down as much as I did, because what triggered it was one of my coworkers saying that the supervisor had been in the store that I'm working at, and she said that like I was lagging behind, and that I was needed to step it up and sell more, because they hired people to sell, not to decorate the place. And that kind of hit me hard, because again, I sacrificed a lot to work. Well, I didn't sacrifice a lot to work there, but I have made sacrifices in the name of work. So yeah, like for example, there was this one day, this, just to give you an example of something that did happen while I was working at the shop. Okay, so it was a day where I had a recording session, and my plan was I go to the recording session from my hometown, not from the city that I'm sitting in right now. My plan was, okay, so I go from my hometown to the capital, or to the outskirts of the capital, record to record, and then I come back, like, you know, like I've done a lot of times. My mom kind of insisted on going with me, which means that she was the one driving, but still. So I got word in the beginning of the week, but already after I had left, because again, my shifts only happen in Sunday and Monday, and on Tuesday, we got a word that someone from the company was going to be there on Thursday to collect our contracts, which are signed contracts that they didn't have yet. Because yeah, like when you sign a contract, you get a copy, and the company gets another copy. So yeah, so they wanted their contracts. And I was like, but I only work on Sundays and Mondays. Like, I'm gonna be out of town during that day. In fact, I have a recording session tomorrow. I'm going to be even more out of town than I would usually be. And they were like, oh yeah, but you know, it really has to be this specific day. Otherwise they're not gonna get your contract, and I don't know. I assumed that would mean that I would be out of the company or something. I don't know. So yeah, there was that. There was that. So I was like, okay, fine. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Lisbon, record, then come back up here, get you the contract, leave the contract at the store, and then I'm gonna go back to my hometown. So I'm gonna zigzag, basically. So yeah, that was one thing. Another that, and this is gonna be, this one is kind of, if you're sensitive to, like, yeah, pet death, this one is kind of bad as well. Like I said, my cat Mitzi died on the 7th of February this year. And it was very hard for me. It still is. But one thing that I don't know if I told you is that on the same day, like the day that the vet was there, because I think I've said this, at least the vet wasn't there to put Mitzi to sleep. The vet was there to do a checkup and to vaccinate our other 3 cats. The young ones. But yeah, Mitzi, she was the oldest. She was 12 at the time. And yeah, she was doing very badly. She was super thin. She barely moved. That day I woke up with her screaming. Like, she used the last of her strength to climb onto my bed to lie down next to me. And during that day, she was like, already, she was doing those like stretches that cats do when they're not long for this world, basically. So the vet was there, and he promised to take a look at Mitzi, see what could be done. And while all of this is happening, I get a call from my manager. And she's like, oh, one of our other coworkers is sick and she can't come. Can you make it? And I'm like, excuse me? Okay. First of all, the vet is here. I don't know if Mitzi is going to survive the rest of the rest of the day. We're still like he hasn't taken a look at her, but like it's not looking good. Like I don't know if I'm gonna have if I'm still gonna have Mitzi like an hour from now. Like so, what? So like I don't know if I can make it. And she was like, "Oh come on, you have to come. I can't get anyone else. I can't get anyone else because the others have university stuff, yada yada yada." Like, and I'm like, I'm not even there. I'm not even in the city. I'm in my hometown. Like, I'm not gonna be there on time. Like, there's no way. But she kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and I was like, okay, let me see what goes on with Mitzi, and I'll call you back. Then the vet went to see Mitzi, and he said, "Oh yeah, no, she's almost gone. She's almost gone. Like there's nothing that can be done. Like we better let her go, like painlessly." So we made the arrangements. He did the whole thing, and then they put her around the blanket. They put her in a blanket, and took her away to get cremated. And then I go like, and then I go to my mom and I say, "Mom, I don't think that I can go. I don't think that I can go to. I don't think I can do what my manager asked me to because I'm not feeling okay." Like, I was not crying or anything, but I was like, I was beginning to feel the loss, like, immediately. Mitzi was very special to me, and just losing her like this, like 2 months before she turned 13, like, that's what shocked me. Also the fact that, you know, like a couple of months before she was doing fine. Like, I have video footage of her like 2 to 3 months before that, and she was doing fine. She was even playing with the younger cats. Like, but yeah, so I called my manager and I say, "Look, I don't think I can make it. I don't think I can make it because I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold it. I'm not, because it just happened. Like, I told her what happened. Like, you know, they put my cat to sleep. And she was having none of it. She was having none of it. She said, "Look, I know that it's hard for you, but you have to come. Like, the store can't be with no one, and can't be with no one, and I really need you to be here. So yeah." And I'm like, so yeah, like I was like, okay, I'll go. I won't be there on time though. You're gonna have to wait about an hour until I get there. And she was like, "Oh, thank you so much." And my mom offered me to drive because, like, and it was a good thing that she did, because I just started crying on the way there. It's still like an hour trip from my hometown to where I'm working. So yeah, I had to go to work on the day that my friend, my companion of 12 years, died. And then I get this: "You're lagging behind." After I haven't been in the store because I was on vacation. "You're lagging behind. We hired you to sell, not to decorate the place. and you need to step it up. And I'm like, so all the sacrifices that I've done, all the time, all the effort that I've done, like, that counts for nothing. That counts for nothing. Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, so, man, fuck this job. Yeah, no, I think I like it, but man, there's so much about it that's going wrong. There's stuff about it that's going wrong that I can't really talk about on stream. All that I'm talking about on stream is what affects me directly, but there's other problems in the shop that I can't really talk about because they have to do with the administration and etc., etc., etc. So yeah, I am honestly thinking that maybe it will be for the best if I leave, but in order for me to do that, I need to have something in the back burner, and I haven't sent a lot of applications yet because, like I said last week, I was down in the dumps. I wasn't able to do anything. You know what I did most of the time? I played Stardew Valley. That's what I did. That's what I did. Yeah. I agree. I agree with what all of you are saying. That's legit rude. Death is a heavy emotion. People need time to process before they could before they could get back to work. Yeah. Yeah, no, like that's what I said. Like, I had, it took a lot of effort for me not to break down while I was in the store. Like, because, like, even, like, when I arrived, my eyes were, like, they were starting to water. And she told me, like, no, you have to get it together. You have to get it together. I know that it's hard, but thank you so much for being here and for coming. And I know that it's hard, but you have to keep it together. And like, these things happen and stuff like and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, no, just let me check in. Just let me check in and do my job. And yeah. You're being targeted by your manager. That's not how she should have treated you. I mean, the one thing that worries me the most about this whole situation is that not only did the fact that I was out of town not deter her, the fact that I lost a loved one on that day, none of those two facts were enough to deter her from begging me to come to work. Like, that's what makes me not exactly angry. Not exactly angry. But it's what kind of scares me for the future. Like, what if my brother or my mom gets sick? Knock on wood. If one of them gets sick, I can't leave. Like, if one of my coworkers happens to get sick at the same time that they get sick, or that they have an accident or something, that I have to stop whatever I'm doing with my family and come to the store? Like, I don't know, man. That doesn't seem very kosher to me. I would have quit right there and then. You have a tougher spine than I do. You around. I should have seen the writing on the wall. I should have seen the writing on the wall. And yeah, like, I was hoping, like, there was one job application that I sent in. It was for a bookstore. Also, by the way, Holy Potato Paladin, the shop that I'm working at right now is not a bookstore anymore. That's what I wanted. I wanted to go back to working at a bookstore because I love working with books. The shop that I'm working at right now is a tea shop. We sell tea, as in, leaves. Like we sell packets of tea that we fill on site. Like people, like we have a bunch of cans with tea in them, and people tell us, "Oh, I want some Earl Grey tea, or I want some Pai Mutan, or I want some oolong tea," and we get the cans and we fill in the bags, and that's what we sell. We also have like accessories and some other like food products, stuff that goes well with tea, some stuff that is like, you know, supposedly like healthy or something. We have something that I've never seen, which is tea bonbons. Like bonbons made with tea. I had never seen anything like that. But yeah, I'd get a doctor's note to protect my butt. Don't let them walk all over you. If you let them next time, it'll be a lot worse. Yeah, no, I agree. Which is why, yeah, I'm gonna start sending in applications. I kind of wanted to send only to, you know, places where I know that, you know, the work conditions would be better. But, yeah. Local tea. Well, it's not exactly local because we sell tea variants from a lot of different places. Like, oh my, okay, fun story. Last Sunday, well, it wasn't me, it was my coworker who sold some Kenya marinin tea to this British customer, to this British gentleman, who, as it turns out, had worked at a tea plantation in Kenya for a whole bunch of years. So when he smelled the tea, he was like, "This is not fresh." And I'm like, yes, probably not. I had to explain to him that, like, yeah, see, here's the thing with our tea. Like, we have a bunch of teas that we sell, like, a lot of, so we're constantly bringing in new lots of the same tea. This one we've never had to ask for a new one because it doesn't sell as much as the others. So, yeah, it's been here for a few months. It's like you said, it's not as fresh as some others. He asked me to show him some teas that I thought would be fresher. And I did. I showed him an India Sam mod, or whatever it's called. And he said, yeah, no, I can tell the difference. Hi, Mado. Hi. I'd recommend seeing a therapist once a month minimum because that is not healthy. I've been seeing one every 2 weeks. My next appointment is actually tomorrow. And I am gonna tell him about all of this. He already knows a few parts of it, but the last time that I was with him, I was under the impression that stuff was better at the tea shop. After I got this sort of reprimand from the supervisor, which was not even directed to me, it was directed by one of my it was directed at me, but it wasn't delivered to me by them. It was delivered to me by my coworker, and I could tell that she didn't really agree with that, but she was under orders to tell me about it, so she told me about it. So yeah. Every time I'm going on vacation, I say to my supervisor, I'd be out of the country. I mean, yeah, that's a good way to prevent that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like one thing that I am gonna ask him is I'm gonna ask him if it's worth it to be tested, like for example for ADHD or autism or anything like that, because my brother told me, okay, you need to get tested for autism. You keep leaving things around the house, like, and to you it's not a big problem, but to me and mom it is. And I'm like, I'm sure that my mom is not autistic, but I'm sure that she also has ADHD, like 100% sure. There's no way she doesn't. There's no way she does. That place is scummy. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to here's the thing. It's gonna be hard to find a different job, because here's the thing. While I, Atari, am pretty young, like I would say that, like that's still not set in stone, but I'm like 21 at the oldest. That's not the case for the person who performs me. I've told you before that she was born before the Disney Renaissance, but after Michael Eisner took over as a Disney CEO. That puts her birth date, because I've never wanted to give you the actual birth date, but I can give you a rough estimate. So yeah, in between 1985 and 1989. There aren't a lot of places who will hire someone that old nowadays, unfortunately. Because I've had a lot of problems while I was younger, like anxiety, depression, the whole shebang, not being able to leave the house without feeling terrified of everything and everyone. So yeah, there was a lot of time. Also not getting along with the academic sector, so to speak. Like, I mean, I can't, like, again, my performer, she started 3 university courses. She didn't finish any. Well, now it's actually 4, because she had to give up. Well, me, both of us, like, we had to give up on them, on the last one, because I think I told you guys about it. Like, I was accepted into history at a remote university. But because of everything that happened during these last few months, like, I haven't been able to even look at the text, well, not the textbooks, but like the study materials and stuff like that. And then, like, it's kind of left me. I think I'm just gonna say this, then I'm gonna read chat, and then we're gonna go into what this stream was actually supposed to be about. I mean, I'm not lying, it says chatting in the title. So yeah. But like, I forgot what I was gonna say. Why am I like this? See, this is why I say I probably have ADHD, because I don't think that a normal person would have like forgotten what they were talking about, like, immediately after a minor thing that was only meant to add a detail to what they were already talking about. Yeah. Yeah. You don't need to get tested, we kind of know already. Yup. Atari, it's fine to break characters sometimes when venting. Don't worry about it. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I don't want to use AI for nothing, okay? Holy potato paladin, I don't like AI. I don't like AI. It scares me. It makes people lazy. I don't like it. I know that people said the same thing about computers in general before, but I don't care. I'm a grizzled old person. I mean, I just gave you a rough estimate of what the insides of this that you're seeing, like how old they are. So Pokemon and Sonic are kind of a dead giveaway. Truth, screw AI. Yeah, like, oh man. Sometimes someone says, "Oh, why don't you use ChatGPT?" And I'm like, "I'm not gonna use ChatGPT. Like, I don't want to." Yeah, no, exactly. Like, they keep saying that AI is a tool, but okay, and that's all that I'm gonna say on the topic of AI because I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole. But yeah, like the problem with AI, as opposed to computers itself, like, is that it can effectively do the entire job for you. It might do it badly, but it has the capability of doing the whole job for you. And therein lies the problem. If it can do the entire job for you, why are you going to do anything else? And that's what I don't like about it. Because, like, people who are optimistic about AI will say, "Oh no, but you can just use what it's made as a starting point." And I'm like, yeah, that's how it should hopefully be used. But you know that people are not going to use it like that. People are just going to they're just going to take what the AI has made and just use it. That's what they're going to do. Because people are lazy. A lot of stuff in our lives has been made so that we can be lazy. Like, if people can use the minimum amount of energy to accomplish something, they're gonna take that route. Like, you know the whole thing of work smarter, not harder? Yeah. Computers introduced new ways to do things. AI is the current way. Even I'm catching strays from your chat. What's best for you in your endeavors? It's not over for you, and you can still achieve a lot now as you keep doing what you're doing. Never give up, never back down. Yeah. No, I have to keep reminding myself. I have to keep reminding myself of that. People often zap to the extreme with those interests. Star never say that again. Those accursed words should never be spoken. And the world of comics and animation, yeah. About the ADHD thing, yeah. Your age figures, I'm not surprised. Wishing you all the best. Keep on keeping on. Thank you so much, Philip. There might be an opportunity for you, yeah. So, welcome Stanza. Welcome Stanza. I hadn't said anything yet. And there was someone else here. Was it? Oh yeah. It was Mado. I did say hello to Mado. Hi Maiden. How are you? Mado and Maiden. The new odd couple. I'm sorry, you probably don't even know each other. There needs to be proper regulations and consequences that need to be in place for AI. Yes, exactly. I'm already imagining that buying a new phone in this new AI in everything era is going to be difficult. Like, Also, don't forget what Sonic says in Black Knight. I just gotta do what I've gotta do, that's all. Yeah. There was another one. Oh. Oh, there was this one. There was this one video. There was this one video. Hold on. I'm gonna try to see if I can see it. That has, I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who it was that made the video, but it was based on a quote from, I think it was a US president. But let me see. Let me see. But it's a quote that kind of goes with that. No, I'm getting a lot. I'm getting a lot of High School Musical results. No. No. Is okay. Okay, and you're around. Bye. In Who Cares news, I finally dug up my GBA and the batteries did not blow up. Awesome! Awesome, Maiden! Really don't mind jokes like that. Don't know about Maiden though. Anyway, I have to go now, but please consider what I sent you. I think it'd be interesting for everyone. Maybe my college can and anything you might need. Okay. Okay. Okay, I am going to open this. I'm going to open this and I am going to share. I'm going to share with you all. Unfortunately, I did not ask for permission from the original uploaders to react to this, but I do think that, you know, the quote is super good, super good. And with that, I am going to move to a different screen. Maybe we're gonna use that for a jump off point to what I was actually supposed to be doing. So, whee! All right, yeah, this was ready to go, as you can see. Okay, I'll talk about what this is. I'll talk about what this is later. Let's see. Boop. Oh, this doesn't look good. Okay. Illegal reaction? Yeah. It's an illegal reaction. Yeah, I don't know how if any of you guys are familiar with this. But I just remembered this when you guys brought up the Sonic and the Black Knight quote. So yeah. You can't hear the video? Oh, fuck. Ah, fun, seriously? I am so sorry. I am. So, wait. Okay. Am I echoing now? because now the desktop audio is on. Dang it. Why the and now yes, there you go. This is what I was afraid would happen. Let me see if I can make a different. Let me see. Echo Atari, let's go! No, I don't want to. I don't want to be echoed. I don't want to be cloned. Echo Yale, yes. Hi, Danielle Sim, welcome. Okay, how do I not... Maybe I should be here for moral support. Wait a second, let me see. Media, no, not media source, because that would be for the Elgato. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I am going to just shut up while the video is on. That must have been super weird for you guys, like, what the heck is this? What the heck is that? What is this creepy man? What is this creepy man with the opening and closing mouth? What the heck? Okay, I'm just gonna turn on the desktop audio and shut up, and you guys are gonna listen to the actual thing. Again, it's going to be a little bit. I'm just gonna put it a little bit louder. Okay, so now I shut up and show you video.
Work hard, keep your head in the game, and if someone gets in your way, tell them you don't give a damn. Work hard, keep your head in the game, and if someone gets in your way, tell them you don't give a damn. What's up, bitches? We did it because of you. Your suggestions and support got us through the woods. I know it sucks balls to wait, but sometimes it just takes a long time to make them right. Because we don't want to make them suck balls. Work hard, keep your head in the game, and if someone gets in your way, tell them you don't give a damn. Work hard, keep your head in the game, and if someone gets in your way, tell them you don't give a damn.
Six million subscribers. Thank you. It is an honor making these videos for you, and with your support, we hope to continue to evolve.
This video was created and sent to us by our dear friends, the Gregory Brothers. Subscribe to their channel, Schmo Yoho, accent on the yo. So do it. Ho!
Okay. Both Holy Potato and Maiden. I'm laughing at both of your chats. Both of your messages. I mean, there was a time where I listened to a lot of this. YouTube edits to live by. Yeah, this is from Epic Rap Battles of History. Actually, it was released 11 years ago. Okay, Elmer, I'll check it out. Yeah. Yeah, I remember, like, I liked, we were just watching this one video because of the quote, specifically. Have Mozart versus Skrillex stuck in my head. One of my, the first one that I've ever watched of Epic Rap Battles of History was the Wright Brothers versus the Mario Brothers. That was the first one that my brother showed to me. Crimson jump scare! Oh no! But yeah, no, I just thought that this was appropriate, like, because whenever I think of this quote, I really like, and I had forgotten about this quote for a very long time now. I only remembered it like the day before yesterday, and I went like, you know, I should probably take that advice to heart. I should probably do what the funny mustache man says. Oh, hey! Atari Yeo is going to do a stream at 7:15 p.m. I wonder if he's going to actually get to the point of the stream when... like in 2 hours almost. Despacito 2, I love it. I love Despacito 2. By the way, since we're on that wavelength right now, I am gonna show you something else. Okay, I'm gonna turn off window capture for a bit. Does anyone here like Toho? Does anyone here like Toho? Fair, holy potato, fair. Spoiler, Atari will not get to the point in 2 hours. Okay, so this is gonna be hard. This is gonna be hard to hide. Or maybe not, because what matters is the music. What matters is the music, so I can just have it playing. And then when you guys figure out what it is, what this is that I'm about to show you, then I can pull the window up. Okay, again, so that I don't echo, I am going to shut up. And I'm going to hang out and chat for a bit. Behold. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Seriously? I forgot to turn on the desktop audio. I'm an idiot. Okay,
in the house tonight. girl, she on the jock. Now stop till we get spot. When you do the weight, but she on the fly. With a drink, I got to know. Top team tattoo, cause I'm rock the bomb. Half black, half white, top down. Gang of money, on the top. Yo, I'm running through these halls like Drano. I got that devilish flow. Rock and roll, no halo. We party rock. Yeah, that's the crew that I'm repping on the rise to the top. No lead on Zeppelin. Hey, party rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. Yeah, and we gon' make you lose your mind. Everybody just have a good time. Let's go. Party rockers in the house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. Feel it, man. We gon' make you lose your mind. Every day I'm shuffling. Shuffling. Step up fast and be first to make me throw this cash. We get money, don't be mad. I'll stop. Hating is bad. One more shot for us. Another round, please fill up a cup. So that's all we just want to see. Shaking up now, you home with me. You naked now. Every day I'm shuffling.
There you go. If only Toho wasn't bullet hell. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I got more ears should hear this. Yeah. No, it's so good. It's so good. I can't believe that someone made this and that it sounds this good. Like the part where the beat drops, it's like, you know, the melody of of Bad Apple, but with the instrumentalization of Party Rock Anthem. That is like, dude, how does this work so well? How? Okay. So, I did say that this was going to be supposedly a stream about world building and lore. Well, I honestly, like, the reason why I'm also not that worried about talking aloud, I didn't really know what I was gonna talk about. Like, I have a few things at the ready, kind of. But honestly, I'm not that certain of what I'm gonna do. I think that what I am going to probably talk about is what I have for like Atlantis so far, and what I and kind of what I wanted to do, and some of the lore. Again, like I said in the description, there's probably going to be a few spoilers for like if you're waiting for the book that I want to write. But I think that we can like just talk about those things. It's for former meme song lore. Yeah, since Toho is already a bullet hell, I can imagine the song working great in a Toho game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bad Apple, I don't think that there is a song that is even more memetic than the original Bad Apple, which is, you know, When No One Was Her, which is, I think, Flanders' theme. Like, there's two versions of it. There's the original version and there's a remix. And both of them are bangers. Both of them are bangers, but they were super popular, like in Mads, you know, the equivalent, kind of the equivalent of, well, not exactly YouTube poops, but like they were massively edited video remixes on Nico Nico Doga. Like, I remember them from like 2006, 2005 maybe, 2007 definitely. But yeah, it's the one that goes, no, I can't reproduce it. I can't. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, actually. Okay, so, talking about Atlantis. And again, this is completely unprepared. I am just going to regurgitate whatever I want to talk about. So, one thing that I was going to try to do was try to use Plato's actual account of Atlantis as a base. Even though there's a few things about it that like don't really make a lot of sense. Like, for example, the whole thing of writers having no sense of scale. That's present in the Atlantis myth as well, because I've mentioned this briefly in another stream, but I want to go into a little bit more detail here. Oh, really? That's awesome! That's awesome, PPA. Cool. What a coinky dink. But yeah, so the thing about Plato's account of Atlantis, well, other than the fact that he left it unfinished, and I have just realized, and I've just learned today that it was not unfinished because he died. It was unfinished because he just never got around to finish it. And then he died. He never wrote Hermocrates. Okay, so basically, we have two accounts from Plato from Atlantis. One is in his Timaeus dialogue, and the other, which is more detailed, because in the Timaeus it's only like an introduction. Then you have the Critias. And I actually have a book here with a Portuguese translation of the Critias. Where is the thing? Ah, okay, here we go. Here we go, because the Critias is only a small part. It's only a small part of this entire book. Like, I was expecting to find like a whole book of the Critias, but no, you can't really find a whole book because the Critias is super small, actually. I think that if you made, the letters bigger, maybe it could fill out a whole book, but yeah. Procrastination at its finest. Yeah. So Plato was the George R.R. Martin of his time. Kind of, yes. Kind of. So yeah, a few interesting things about the Critias, and how the account that Plato gives of Atlantis makes no sense. So using it as a base is kind of difficult. Is that he, like, I don't remember if he actually mentions a continent. Let me check. Let me check, because I have two versions. I have a Portuguese translated version of Critias, and then I also have one here from the Internet Classics Archive. Let me see. Does he ever mention continent? Yep, he mentions a continent. Oh boy. Okay. So I'm going to give you like a little bit of an idea of what Plato says that Atlantis was. So he says that it was a continent, but also an island. And that there was like this mountain in the middle of the island, and on that mountain there lived a king who was the father of the woman that Poseidon later married briefly. I don't know. He had 5 sets of twins with her. And these twins would later become the 10 kings of Atlantis, which is something that I'm not sure if I should adapt, but again, owing to the whole thing of writers having no sense of scale, because then he goes on to say that, okay, so then they made this city on the mountain. But then they barricaded the mountain with 2 rings of earth and 3 rings of sea. And there was a channel that connected the mountain and the city in the mountain, or on the mountain, to the sea. But here's the thing. He says that the mountain is in the middle of the island, okay. But then he also says that the island was massive and that it was a continent, and I just want you to picture Australia, for example, which is an island that is also a continent. Now imagine that there was a river or like a channel connecting from a mountain from the middle of Australia to the sea. And now imagine also that there's a city on that mountain, and that somehow boats are able to get there, but we never get a description of any like sort of technological advancements that Atlantis had. Because here's the thing, the idea of Atlantis as an advanced civilization, I'm not sure where that came from, honestly, because Plato never really talks about it as advanced, or that it says that it was magnificent and a glorious place until the divine state was intermixed with mortal blood or something like that. That's what he says. A continent is just a really big island if you think about it. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. But like I said in the example of like Australia, because I think that's kind of the size that he was going for. And obviously that doesn't really work. But yeah, so many twins. Yep. 5 sets of them. 10 babies. And I don't even know if no, he doesn't specify when they were born, but it's safe to assume that they didn't have, you know, much of a age difference between them. But yeah, so this is one of my major pet peeves about Plato's account of Atlantis, because he seems under the impression that a whole continent can just have one city, like just one city and some other settlements around it. But then he goes on to say that the island was also partitioned between the 10 kings, and that each state was kind of independent of each other. So Atlantis was so you have Atlantis as both a whole continent, both as a city in the middle of that continent, but then he mentions, 10 states, each ruled by a king, which was like, he doesn't mention anything about like the later years of Atlantis. But he does say like, yeah, each king was from had complete authority over their own state. But what is in those states, man? Like, does each state have its own city, like its own capital city? It just so happens that Atlas being, the leader of Atlantis, and the leader of all the others, like everyone else was subservient to him. But yeah, he never mentions any other cities. But at the same time, this is weird. Are there relationships like the same, like Jaime and Cersei Lannister from Game of Thrones? Oh, I'm not going to be able to say anything about Game of Thrones because I've never watched or read it. I am Game of Thrones illiterate. Probably just the city as a state, perhaps, and it's not completely out of the realm of possibility, because Plato, let us not forget this fact, he was from ancient Greece, which was, well, made up of city-states. Like, what do we think about ancient Greece now? Was actually super divided. Like, the most famous city-states that you have are Athens and Sparta, but there were others that I can't remember right now. But that's how the Greeks saw things. They saw things as, city-states and all of that. So if he was going to make a whole thing like this, but yeah. So the reason why I have this picture here, mind that cities until the modern day included a good amount of agricultural land within their walls. Yeah, no, that is also true. That is also true. The thing is, I can't really imagine what Plato was thinking when he said, "Oh yeah, Atlantis is on the mountain, but also connected to the sea in the center of the continent, island, whatever." Hi, Lakeith, how are you? Actually, I'm going to do something to this map because yeah, I don't know where this is a map by a guy named Kircher, Anathasius Kircher. So yeah, and he made this map. I don't know based on what. I don't know based on what exactly. But basically, if we do this is more along the lines of what he was picturing. Okay, so here, come on. I should have brought my tablet out. Right, I didn't bring my tablet. Oh, fuck. Okay, mouse it is. Okay, so, this is the Iberian Peninsula and Northern Africa. And here is America. So yeah, I have no idea why he made this map upside down. Like, come on, Athanasius. What the heck? You're just making things hard for like for the heck of it. Like, but yeah, interestingly, this map also shows up in a manga called Atlantis from 1970, which I have, but I haven't been able to read yet because I can't read Japanese all that much. You could have a kind of ancient metropolis. Imagine a few Constantinople's copy-pasted together. I mean, yeah. Yeah. See, this is because, but then there's also that thing that I said about, like, the size of the island. Like, the reason why I had the window capture here. This is where I was looking for the continent. Here's the Critias. But yeah. So I was kind of like wondering what size should this island be. I'm going to show you something. And again, we're going all out today. This is what the stream is about. So yeah. See these islands over here? You can see my cursor, right? No, stop. Okay, so I thought that this version of Atlantis could be situated in one of these underwater on one of these underwater seamounts. They actually have names, which you can see here. Like, for example, where is yeah, there we go. This is the same set of underwater islands. They even named one seamount after Atlantis. So yeah, I have considered making this the spot where Atlantis is. There was a time where I was thinking of using this particular part, you know, the cruiser seamount and cruiser table mount, you know, like. But then there's a problem because then there's also the here seamount here, and then there's this whole section There's this whole section here that is not all that, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. So yeah, like you either, so I would either use just the cruiser table mount here. There's a thing here that kind of reminds me of like a volcano with a caldera, which was one of my ideas originally for Atlantis. It was that it was like the capital was in the caldera of a volcano. If you don't know what a caldera is, this is why I have this is why I have the thing opened. No, go away. Fuck. Ugh, okay. So yeah, a caldera. Caldera. Basically, a volcano erupts, lays dormant for some thousands of years, probably millions of years, and rainwater starts accumulating here and forming a lake inside the mountain. Yeah, that's one of the original ideas that I had. So yeah, Atlantis would be in the middle of the mountain at the top. This also means that Atlantis would be very cold, as in the city. It would be very cold because what I was thinking was a mountain. Some Tenochtitlan. Okay, let me actually Oh yeah. Yeah, 100%. I mean, a lot of the architecture that I was thinking of going for would be, you know, a Mesoamerican. It would be mostly Mesoamerican mixed in with Egyptian. What I usually call Mayinca tech, with Egyptian trappings as well. I've also thought, oh wait, what if I mix in some Celtic stuff in there as well? But the problem is that the Celts didn't really leave a lot of, you know, buildings. Most of what we think that could be considered Celtic buildings are, you know, castles, the kind of stuff that kept on being made until the Middle Ages. But yeah, no. This is one of the ideas. This is one of the ideas that I had. Oh, I have Wikipedia right here. I could have just searched a caldera. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. So yeah. As far as the size of the island goes, I don't know, like, I don't know if the whole idea of it being, you know, a big island, you know, a continent, is a good one. I personally don't really like it. But the problem is that islands are vastly varied. That is not good English. I don't care. There are many sizes of islands, like just not leaving the Portuguese territory. Okay, so we have the Madeira. We have Madeira here, which has like a decent size, but it's not very big. Then you have the Azores, which is like a whole bunch of tiny islands. I mean, they feel tiny to me. I don't know. There was a time where I thought I could use this island as a base. But if you look at its size compared to everything else, like, okay, so this tiny thing, you know, the island's name is Fayal, by the way. Okay, so this tiny thing compared to Madeira, which is like 5 times as big, and then we can even go to the Canaries and just compare. Like, yeah, let's compare like Tenerife and Gran Canaria, like comparing either two of these with Madeira and any of the Azores is kind of yeah, Greenland is an island. This thing, this huge bit, it's bigger than the United States. Like, this is an island. And there's also Iceland and Ireland. But honestly, I think that these are already a little bit too big for what I wanted. Then, of course, there's the Caribbean. I thought maybe I could use, like, Martinique as a base. Where is that? This is the Bahamas, Cockburn Town, blah, blah, blah. Dominican Republic. Yeah. Martinique. There we go. Which is bigger than Madeira as well. Only with this kind of projection, but it's still pretty big. What is pretty big? What is pretty big? The islands. And Greenland is icier than Iceland. Yeah, I think that someone got the names mixed up. Oh, no. I don't want you to go. What did you do? What did you do? No, I want you. Small, and now please go back where I got you. You stupid. Okay. Oh yeah, Greenland. Yeah. Tenochtitlan was also famously built on a lake, Texcoco, and had very interesting crop growing and irrigation methods going on as a result. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think that my biggest problem also, like, I think that my biggest problem is that since I've never let's put it like this. Atari is from an island, but his performer has not been to an island ever in her life. So she has no idea what it actually is like to be on an island, which kind of makes the whole thing of trying to figure out how big an island for, you know, a possible Atlantis should be. It makes things even harder because, again, writers have no sense of scale. Plato obviously didn't, because when I think of an island continent, I think something either of this size, or I think something of this size. But for example, Madagascar is also an island. The Southeast Asia is filled with islands, like the tiny little things, big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. Give them a twist, a flick of the wrist. That's what the showman said. So yeah, tropical islands are great though. Recommended for vacations. I mean, yeah, Sri Lanka is an island as well. So yeah, so these are the difficulties that I'm having with figuring out. I think that also one of the things that makes me be like, okay, so if I decide to make a bigger island, then it would be better. Bars. That, by the way, you remember The Lion King? You remember when You remember when Zazu starts singing, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts, dee 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 dee. There they are all standing in a row. Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. Give 'em a flick, give 'em a twist, a flick of the wrist. That's what the showman said. I think that's actually from that's from a British comedy thing. I don't remember what it is. Okay, Wikipedia, can you help me out here? Yeah, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. 1944 song by Fred Heatherton. I've already donated Wikipedia. Sorry. Okay. It's a novelty song by Fred Heatherton. Blah, blah, blah. Recording history. It appeared on I Can Go On Singing. A portion of the song appeared in Disney's 1994 The Lion King. Yeah. There you go. A Swedish version. Whoa, okay. Yeah. Okay, so that's the story of that song. Actually, I don't remember that song even though I watched the movie recently. I mean, it's blink at you and you miss it. It's when Zazu is trapped as Scar's advisor, basically. Like, Scar is just lounging and Zazu is in, this cage made out of some animal's rib cage, and he's singing. I think that he sings 3 songs during that segment. One is "Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen." Then he sings "It's a Small World After All." The song from the ride at Disneyland and Walt Disney World and every Disneyland in every place where there's a Disneyland. My brain, dear God. New coconut lore just dropped. Yeah. But yeah, as I was saying, maybe I should go back to that idea, especially if it also meshes a little bit with what Plato's account of Atlantis is. Now, that still leaves the issue. Oh, there was also a time where I thought, oh, maybe I'll just use this little part here. But here's the problem with this. This is what they call a table mount. As you can see, it's just plain. There are no mountains. There isn't anything here. Like any reliefs here. It's just it's just a plateau. Just a massive plateau. You only remember Hakuna Matata and be prepared. Oh, you don't remember Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Or, was there another song? Circle of Life, that's my favorite from the whole movie. But yeah, and this one is kind of big. Again, I also had thought of this one, even though this one also has, it has these things pre-made. I don't know, one thing that I've realized that something like Digimon Tamers ruined me, and the way that I try to tell stories and that I try to build things is that I'm always worried about how they fit in the real world. And that is really bad, because as a skeptic, and as someone who's kind of scientific and stuff, in the way that I think about things, is like, okay, so how are you gonna fit this thing that doesn't exist into a thing that exists, and then you're gonna bring in fantasy elements that don't exist in the real world, but you want the fantasy elements in your story, so they have to exist, so you have to account for how these fantasy elements affect the rest of the world, and the rest of the world is not just, the area around the place where you're telling the story. No, you have to think about how they affect the rest of the continent, the rest of the hemisphere, the rest of the world, and you have to think about all of those things, and yeah, it's terrible for my brain, and I need to learn to control it. I need to learn to control it because sometimes it gets out of hand. Theories that the Lion King takes place in the Kingdom Hearts canon. Zazu thinks it's a small world. Sora travels to the Pride Lands and defeats Scar. Kingdom Hearts 3 has special moves that summons Disney theme park rides. Oh yeah, Zazu had to have heard that song from somewhere. Yeah, how about that? How about that for lore crafting? Yeah. How to fix things that don't fit in reality? Magic. Yeah. No, like one of the things, okay, going a little bit into story-based things right now. I was thinking that the Atlantis that Atari, am from would not be... how can I put this? Would not be at all there. As in, there used to be an Atlantis. It sank. One of the gods that created it, your Poseidon equivalent, went mad with grief and rage, and his wife, he did a tikal. She sealed him in the crystal that gives Atlantis its power, which was already there, and then she created a version of Atlantis, like a dream version of Atlantis, which is where Atari is from. If you've played Final Fantasy X, this is sounding pretty familiar right now. But it does bring another issue into the equation, which is, okay, so Dream Atlantis, like Dream Zanarkand, you say. Okay, so is this Dream Atlantis still extant? Like, does it exist in the present? Does it exist in 2025, Common Era? Or does it, or is the place in time where Atari's from still way back when? Like, how long has this Dream Atlantis existed? Like, has it existed for 2,000 years? 3,000 years? 4,000 years? 5,200 years? 2,600 years? 7,800 years? Hi Sam Hawks, welcome. So yeah, that's also something that I've been musing about. Like, when exactly in time is the version of Atlantis that Atari is from? And how is it, like, I know how it exists it's it's kept up. It's kept up by the inherent magic, the inherent magic, energy, whatever of the crystal. Like everything in Dream Atlantis is made of spirit stuff. Let's put it like that. It's also why my hair is white. Atlanteans didn't used to have white hair, but Dream Atlanteans do. All of them. It's one of the things that denotes that. So yeah, that's one of the things that I do wonder about. Other than, the size of the island. Other than the size of the island. Then Plato also described, some rituals and stuff that, like, I think that he was inspired by the Apis bull. You know what that is? It was a bull, like in ancient Egypt, that like there were many Apis bulls. Not bulls, bulls, as in male cows with their naughty bits still intact. So yeah. Hi, Filmrot, how are you? I'm sorry if this is being, boring to you all. It's just I'm also trying to figure these things out myself, and talking about them out loud kind of helps. And seeing like your suggestions. But yeah, so he was like, oh yeah, no, Atlanteans are all about bulls. Bulls, and they also have elephants and all sorts of animals and all sorts of plants, which yes, they're, how many stars is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're 8 stars, yes. But yeah, and I really do believe, I really do think that, like, when Plato was describing, Atlantis, that he had Egypt in mind. He had Egypt in mind. Like, he also mentions elephants. So we know that there were elephants in Atlantis. Actually, he mentioned something about a plateau or a plain. One thing that Plato does not say about Atlantis is that it has beaches. He doesn't mention any of that. He says that the continent is like, what's it called? The coast of the continent is made up mostly of crags, like steep cliffs of rock. And honestly, I don't like that. Honestly, I don't like that. I would like this version of Atlantis to have beaches. Now, how far would the beaches go? Now, that's a different story. Okay. Let me check. Where does he talk about plateaus? They're northlings of positions of separate, except in where do you talk about plains? And the plains, as they are termed by us, of Phyllis, were full of reach crags. Yeah, rocky cliffs that go right down to the sea. I mean, we have Wikipedia right here. Okay, what's a crag? Cragside, no. Not Craigslist. Crag climbing. Okay. If I being... Have I been using the name wrong all this time? I think that I've been using the term wrong. Okay, let me see. Crag in Wiktionary, the free dictionary. Tell me what a crag is. Ah, okay. There you go. Isn't elephant inspired from Carthage and Egypt? Yes. Yes, most likely. Imagine finding Atlantis on Craigslist. Okay, no, I was correct. I was right. This is a crag. This is a crag. See, a rocky cliff that leads right down to the ocean. Like, okay. So no, I wasn't. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Okay, I know what a crag is. But why is it on Wiktionary and not on Wikipedia itself? This is weird. Okay. Also, caps lock, amazing. But yeah, but he does mention like the plains. Okay, the land was the best in the world and was therefore able in those days to support every sort of animal, which proves what I am saying. He does this a lot. He does this a lot when he wrote the Critias. Like, this is true, and the fact that I am saying it proves that it is true. Like, keep on trucking, Plato. You silly. Okay, and the plains, the fairest of all. Okay. The allotments of the gods, and that they distributed the whole earth into portions differing in extent, and made from themselves temples and instituted sacrifices. And Poseidon, receiving for his lot the island of Atlantis, begat children by a mortal woman, and settled them in a part of the island, which I will describe. A part of the island, just one part. Where is that part? Where's that part here in the Portuguese version? Oh, here we go. Porque não seria razoável crer que os deuses ignoram o que convém a cada um deles, nem que, sabendo o que mais convém a uns, os outros tentem apoderar-se disso, favorecendo assim a discórdia. Wait a second. No, it's not. No. No, it's not that. I think it's... tenho de explicar-vos pormenor. I'm trying... My source. Trust me, bro. Yup. Where is it? Was this translated from... Was this translated from like an abridged version of Critias? Okay. Receiving for his lot the island of Atlantis, blah blah blah. Sim. Yes. Yes, before proceeding further in the narrative, I ought to warn you that you must not be surprised if you should perhaps hear... Okay. Oh no, yet. I have before remarked, and speaking of the allotments of the gods, okay. Where is that? Towards the middle. Atlas's race. Thanks to nature, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm starting to think that the paragraphs don't match. Notei que havia 2 colheitas por ano, porque no inverno se utilizavam as chuvas de Zeus e no verão as águas que brotavam da terra e que eram trazidas das trincheiras. Okay. This is about like the crops, saying that yeah, they only did, you know, they only did like farming and stuff in winter and summer doesn't really make sense. I'm starting to think that Plato didn't know a lot about our agriculture. I don't know, just a feeling. Just a feeling that I get. Two. Where is this? Where is this? The silly. Where is the silly part? What is this silly part that I'm trying to find in Portuguese? Like, as Solon. Oh, okay, I found it. Okay. Okay, so I have before remarked, and speaking of the allotments of the gods, blah blah blah, ok. Do lado do mar, estendia-se no meio da ilha uma planície. Peraí. Looking towards the sea, but in the center of the whole island. Plato, my man, what? Looking towards the sea, but in the center of the whole island. And also in the center of the island, at a distance of about 50 stadia, there was a mountain not very high on any side. So let me get this straight. So let me get this straight, Plato, my man. In the center of the island, there was both a plain and a mountain. And the plain overlooked the sea. But it was in the center of the island. Which supposedly means that there was other stuff around the plain. What? I promise he was smart. Bro should stick to philosophy. I'm starting to think so, yeah. Like, unless the mountain was a plateau, but he doesn't say anything about that here. Like, wow. Okay, so, breaking the ground, enclose the hill in which she dwelt all round, making alternate zones of sea and land larger and smaller, encircling one another. Okay, so what you're saying is that, okay, so according to this, and again, it's not going to be what I'm going to be using. Like, if I decide to put the city of Atlantis in the mountain, like at the center of the island, then it's going to be, like I said, you know, city built on a caldera, kind of like Tenochtitlan. Yeah. So the maiden had already reached womanhood, blah blah blah. It's larger and smaller, encircling one another. There were 2 of land and 3 of water, which he turned as with the lathe. What is a lathe? Ok. De tal modo que os maiores rodeavam as mais pequenas. Traçou 2 de terra e 3 de mar e arredondou-as partindo do meio da ilha, de que estavam situadas a igual distância, de modo a tornar a passagem intransponível aos homens. Wait a second. Pois naquele tempo ainda não se conheciam nem os navios nem a navegação. What? For ships and voyages, what? Oh my. Okay. Okay. I'm starting. Okay. This is being kind of an exercise in what the heckery. What? Seriously. Seriously. Ships and voyages were not as yet, meaning they didn't exist. Poseidon, my man, how do you think that people got to the island in the middle of the ocean? Do you think that they just sprouted from the earth? You know what? Screw Atlantis. I'm gonna go to Lemuria. Okay, tell me, Poseidon, Plato, whoever it is, if ships and voyages were not known yet, what is the point of the rings? What is the point of the rings? Wasn't the point of the rings to permit, to allow ships to get to the city? To get to the city in the middle of the island? What they swore. Eagles. Okay, yeah. Tame eagles. Tame eagles. We just fly on eagles. It's there. I mean, I don't know. For all we know, they could have gotten there by pterodactyl or something. Yeah, it's like how in Roman times Germans just spawned in the forest. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Like it has been a while since I've read this in its entirety. Like I was thinking of reading the whole thing here, like in Portuguese, to make sure that I didn't miss anything, because like, okay, so we're working with a translation from a translation. The extremity of the island towards the pillars of Heracles facing the country, which is now called the region of Gades in that part of the world. He gave the name blah blah blah. Okay. He who begat blah blah blah. Oh right. Okay. So, and according to what he's saying, Atlantis would be a lot closer to Cadiz, which is what they called Gades at the time, which also is interesting because around here, where is it? Where is San Pedro de Alcántara, Cesar Costa? I am very bad at speaking Spanish. I apologize. Where's Huelva? Because that's where Tartessos was. No. I know it's around here somewhere. I know that it's around here somewhere. Oh yeah, that's the Rock of Gibraltar. No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm kind of afraid of search because I'm not sure if it's going to put any recent searches that I've done. Where is Wikipedia? Help me. Huelva. Oh. I was way off. Oh my god, I was way off. Okay, that was my fault. I apologize. Wait, that's Cadiz. That's Cadiz again. Where's Huelva? I want Huelva. Okay, Catedral de Cádiz, Albercial. La Señuela, Rota, Poblado. Wait, is it still? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Okay, I found it. I found Huelva. Awesome. I found Huelva. So so yeah, to the north of Huelva is where they found a lot of Tartessian. Don't worry, your search history is safe with us. Thanks. Thank you. Had to go for a bit, but what's happening right now? I was looking for Huelva in Spain because I was well. First, I am getting frustrated at Plato's lack of consistency and coherency. For example, he thinks that a mountain and a plain can be in the same place. Also, that a plain can be in the center of an island and still look out to sea. Unless the island is super small, I don't see how that is possible. But he called his island a continent, so I am pretty sure that we're talking about an island that is, I don't know, somewhat bigger than 500 square meters. So yeah. Also, let me check. Where's the national park of Doñana? Because I remember that there's that they wanted to excavate there. They wanted to excavate there because of like. I saw something interesting around here. There was a place called Tarsis. I can't speak Spanish. Can't speak Spanish. Okay, we are back in Huelva. El Pico, Gibraleón, San Isidro, Las Mesas, Puente de la Alcolea. Where's Tarsis? Tarsis. I don't. Okay. Cortijo, Los Conquistadores, Los Cabezudos, Las Macetas, La Matilla, Mazagón. Is the national park around here? Oh yeah, Camping Doñana. Okay, it's probably around here. Probably around here, Doñana. Yes. Okay, let me see. Doñana National Park. Doñana National Park. Where is it? Yep. There you go. There you go. It's probably this. So yeah, there's people who wanted to excavate here, because they think that they can find the ruins of Atlantis, quote unquote. Because there are some people who honestly think that Tartessos was Atlantis. There's a couple of problems with that. First, Tartessos is an Iron Age thing, not a Bronze Age thing. Like, the time where Tartessos was most active was like 500 BC. That is stupid recent. That is stupid recent. Like, it is about 200 years before Plato's time, so enough to have gone into like legend by that point. But still, like if Tartessos was around here, and Huelva does have like places named after Tartessos. I think I saw a hotel that was called like Hotel Tartessos or something. Let me see. There you go. There you go. I knew it. I knew there was one here. Be careful with Google Maps because it has the habit of zooming into your house. I don't have my house defined in Google Maps. Like, not here, not on my phone, not anywhere. So I don't think that it's gonna do that. The day they excavated Atlantis is also the day they catch is also the day they catch Bigfoot. Yeah. But yeah, so it's a 4-star hotel. It has free Wi-Fi. You can go to Tartessos and get free Wi-Fi. Yay! You can't see me, but I'm like doing an enthusiastic thumbs up. Maybe that's a toggle. Like when I have money to ask Nayuse for more like toggles and stuff, maybe I'll ask for like for a thumbs up so I can just look like super silly with like yay. Like a huge plateau with steep cliffs that at least on one end drop off right into the ocean. I mean, yeah, probably. And this is why I wanted to have my tablet out. Actually, okay, I don't like doing this all that much, but stronger things have spoken. That there's in the Portuguese 16th century epic, the Lusíadas. At one point the narrator goes like que valor maior se levanta, which means like a bigger matter shows up. Or a toggle where you do a flip. Doodle thumbs up and M&S paint. I mean, an easier way would be for me to draw it myself. Okay, I hope that I don't have to install any new drivers. Wacom. Okay, let's see. Okay. Do I have? Oh yeah. I have stabilization. I have stabilization turned on. But yeah, we're gonna do pencil. We're gonna do pencil for now. Okay, so with Atlantis, I'm just gonna rises up. Okay, so let's put things like this. So Plato says that it's an island. Let's just make a whole, like a circle here, that has a plane in the middle. So this would be plane, because like he doesn't say that the whole island is a plane and then there's a mountain in the middle, like with the little caldera over there. Like he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that. He says that there is, the plane. The plane here. And on the mountain. And then... And then he says that... Wait, doesn't he say that there's other mountains? Let me check. Let me check. Near the plane again, blah, blah, blah. In this mountain dwelt one of the earth-born primeval men. Oh! Plato thought that people originally came from the earth. Like pumpkins. Actually, don't pumpkins grow outside of the earth? Like, no, he thought they were like carrots or potatoes. Potatoes are American. What is a vegetable that was already grown in ancient Greece that grows inside of the earth. Radishes, cucumbers grow outside of the earth. Parsnips. Okay, let me see. Now, Atlas has a numerous and honorable family, yada yada yada. Had therefore never before possessed by kings and potentates, and is not likely ever to be again, and they were furnished with everything they needed, both in the city and the country. Okay, so they had bidets. But olives don't grow inside the earth, PPA. Onions, probably. Let me plant the next generation of humans. So yeah, that's why he thought that there were like there were just people in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean without ships or voyages, because in his thought process, people didn't have to go there by sea. They just popped out of the earth. How very Incan of you, Plato. Also about 1,000 years early. Probably, yeah. Carrots or leeks, yeah. Okay, so, they were furnished with everything they needed. Gotta go prepare the field for the next human crop. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know what the human creation myth is in Greek mythology. Again, my knowledge of Greek mythology is a little bit shaky, because I know a bunch of things, but there's also a lot that I don't know. I know the story. I know the misadventures of the gods, and the fact that some of them wanted to do stuff for humans and the other gods didn't want to, and and then there were demigods and yada yada yada. But where did the humans come from? That'd be convenient, though. Why are we not doing that yet? Yeah, no, that's we've been doing the opposite. When people die, we put them in the ground. They don't grow in there and then pop out. Okay, so the greatness of their empire. Okay, they had an empire. Many things were brought to them from foreign countries, and the island itself provided most of what was required by them for the uses of life. Interesting detail. This mentions trade. This mentions trade, and and the empire and stuff. He doesn't say that they traded outside. They brought stuff, they didn't take stuff. In the first place, they got of the earth whatever was to be found there, solid as well as fusile. What? And that which is now only a name, and was then something more than a name, orichalcum, was the god of the earth in many parts of the island, being more precious in those days than anything except gold. Okay, orichalcum. Interesting thing about orichalcum. I know that orichalcum is technically a blend of, I think, copper and brass. I know that it's red. I know that it's like a reddish sort of metal. What do you mean? Humans are like potatoes. Even if they are cut, dead, you plant them and a new one will grow. Maybe they migrated from a garth. You know what? You know what? These dark caves, they're not, I don't like them. I don't like them. I'm getting tired of, always bumping into stuff in the dark in this stupid place. Let's go up. Let's just ditch the Hollow Earth and let's go up. Let's go up to the surface. And then it just so happens that they went to the surface in an island in the Atlantic Ocean. I mean, that could technically be an Atlantean origin story. I'm just not sure if it would be the right one for this. Especially because some people have kind of appropriated Agartha, that whole thing. I mean, people have done the same with Atlantis and Lemuria and Mu. Basically, any legendary ancient civilization that you can think of has been appropriated by groups with less than squeaky clean intentions. Unfortunately, potatoes are the best, but I might be biased. Okay. First, the bridge is over the zones of sea which surrounded the ancient metropolis, making a road to and from the royal palace. And at the beginning, they built a palace. Oh wait, no, I was in the other paragraph. Yeah, oh yeah, right. I was talking about orichalcum. Yeah, it's a metal, but I kind of like to think of it. I kind of like to think of it as crystal. And I don't think I'm the only one, because usually when orichalcum shows up in like RPGs and stuff, it's kind of a blend between the metal and the crystal. In Fushigi no Umi no Nadia, for example, or Nadia and the Secret of Blue Water, orichalcum was a mock Atlantean crystal that Neo Atlantis was developing, and I don't remember what happened to it. I think that it wasn't good enough, and then it cracked. So yeah. Which is pretty interesting. I'm still not sure if I'm gonna call the crystals that permeate Atlantis this version of Atlantis. I'm not sure if I'm going to call them orichalcum. Because I'm not sure if giving them an actual name is good. Like, again, because it creates this sort of I believe the worlds of the holy potato palette. Yeah, right. I didn't notice, right? That's why you said that potatoes. Yeah. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm so sorry, holy potato. Please forgive me. A cretal. Yeah. So yeah. By the way, orichalcum in Atlantean, I've already checked. It would be ihunetani. That would be the word for orichalcum in Atlantean, in my version, in this version of Atlantis. I can write it. I can write it for you. Okay, so orichalcum. There you go. Okay, good. Okay, let's see. What if you could grow fish in the ground in Atlantis? That would be something, wouldn't it? One thing that I know that we're gonna have in this version of Atlantis is something that they do in the Azores, which is, and I think that they also do this in Polynesian islands as well, which is, okay, so there's these holes in the ground because, these islands are volcanic. So yeah, there's volcanic activity happening like underneath the islands. So there's these kind of like underground geysers, kind of, and people use them to cook things. Like you put your pot in a hole in the ground, and then you let it cook. Digimon can grow meat. Why not? Hello, welcome back, Elmer. Digimon can grow meat. Why not? Digimon can grow meat? Wait, is that in Cyber Sleuth? Can they grow meat in Cyber Sleuth? Vai haver cozido. Epá, ainda não sei, Elmer. Não sei se vai haver cozido ou não. Eu nem sei, mas que raio de destaque é este que eu estou a fazer. Eu acho que é mais alentejano. Do que açoriano. Mas olha, é aquilo que temos. É aquilo que temos. No, what? Oh, it's in Digimon World. Okay, I see. Okay. Wait, is that kind of like what they're doing like right now, like vegan meat? Like it's meat that you can grow, but you don't need animals. It's No, that's okay, Elmer. I was a little bit more scared of, like I saw PPA's no, and since he took a while to write the rest, I was like, is he reacting to my terrible Portuguese accent, to my terrible Alentejo accent while speaking Portuguese? Não levas a mal. Okay, tá bom. No, it's just meat with Oh! Even better! Yeah, no, but I don't think that Atlantis would do that. Like, grow meat or fish on land. No, I think that those would be gathered the traditional way, Okay, so orichalcum, blah blah blah, being more precious, blah blah blah. There was an abundance of wood for carpenters' work, and sufficient maintenance for tame and wild animals. So this means an abundance of wood means an abundance of trees. An abundance of trees. I mean, there's trees on mountains. Usually when you think of plains, you don't think of, like, abundant trees. Like, when I think of forests, I don't really think of them, like, on a flat surface. I'm not saying that it's not possible. I mean, yeah, my knowledge of geography is also a little bit limited. See, it's while doing things like this that you realize, like, how much you don't know about things. Because, like, okay, yeah, no, like, in geography, okay, so trees, like, forests. Are forests only in places that have, some sort of, like, basically places that are not completely flat? Like, can you have forests in flat sections of land? Like, and I do mean, like, actually flat, because I'm only used to seeing forests in, like, hilly places. Like, in fact, like, around my hometown and in other places in Portugal as well, like, unfortunately, we have a lot of forest fires. So so a lot of the hills are like naked. Like they used to have, lots of trees, but now you can just see the hill surfaces. There's some plants, there's some trees growing back, but most of them are eucalyptus, and those are not native to the place, and they burn easily, so that only worsens the forest fire thing, etc., etc. That's a whole other can of beans. The adventures of being poured in a Portuguese family and being raised in the middle of nowhere make me a Portuguese polyglot. There's a pine forest in Litoral Llano. Does that count? I mean, probably, yeah. Like I'm owning my ignorance here. I'm owning my ignorance here. I'm admitting I don't know. It's like it's just probably like a kind of a mental block-ish thing that I don't know that I don't know about forests in plains. Here's the thing, because when I think of plains, I also think of like either the area around Aveiro or the Alentejo. And yeah, those are, Portuguese places. And the area around Aveiro is kind of notable because, yeah, it is very flat. It is very flat. And why do I say this? Because I've been there. I've been there a couple of times. And I was kind of taken aback by how flat it was. Like, there's a few patches of trees here and there, but it's like, I don't know, the fact that you can't see that you can't see that far because it's all plain. Like I am used to hills and valleys and all of that. And that is something that is going to hold true as well for my background in the story. Like, me Atari, I'm from a small town / village in like not exactly close to the capital. I mean, judging how the capital is going to be, it's probably going to be closer to the capital than I had originally intended if I want to go with what Plato said. I don't know, it's just so weird to me. It's just so weird to me. Okay, I'm gonna say this about the whole thing with Plato. That I just thought about it, and again, it's just another showcase of, oh yeah, Plato, philosopher, writer, not exactly a geographer, doesn't know a lot about agriculture, doesn't know a lot about geology, doesn't know a lot about a lot of things. So, because here's the thing. When a place, be it an island, be it a country, being an island, be it like a country, a subcontinent, whatever, whenever there's naval prowess, which obviously oh my god, I'm just realizing other things that don't make sense. Okay, so he said they have an empire. In an age where there are no ships or voyages. If that's the case, then of course he's gonna say okay, no, actually I did read something to the front where he talks about boats. So yeah, no, but he's already mentioned the empire, but not the boats. I don't get it. But yeah, like, okay, so usually when you have like a country or an island or whatever that goes out and tries to conquer other places by sea. Usually the capital of that place is at least one of the places from where boats depart. Atlantis, if it is the way that Plato is saying, like, yeah, you know, the city in the city on the mountain in the center of the island. Yeah, no, that's one of the things that confuses me. That's one of the things that confuses me, because why? Like, how is Atlantis? How is the city in the middle of the island the most important city in the entire island, if all of your ships are not going from there? And if they're not, and if they are going from there, isn't that a waste of time and effort and resources and in that case, there are for simply maybe the empires or the friends will be made along the way. The island had to be small. Yeah, no, there's no way that this would be an island the size that this Athanasius guy says. Like, there is no way. There's no way. First, there is only, like, in a huge mass of land like this, that there's only two mountains. That there's only two mountains. Two noteworthy mountains. And if we are led to believe that, like, Atlantis was, like, here, like, just look at the scale. Just look at the scale of this thing. Like, okay, so Atlantis is here. I forgot I have a tablet attached. Okay, so if Atlantis is here, if the capital is here, then that means that any boat that would make it there would have to, like, this is the closest route. But still, like, I understand, you know, making your capital a central place. And honestly, one way that you could go around it is that the capital is actually, like, more of a spiritual center, like more of a spiritual and religious center of the island, of the country. Let's call it a country. Instead of it being, you know, the economic hub. Like, you know, there's an economic hub and there's a religious nobility hub. Like, for example, like, it could be where the royal family also lives and stuff, and also where the main temple would be. But still, it's kind of weird. Like, when did Madrid become the capital of Spain? Channels! Oh, yeah. Yeah, channels. If it's high and near the ocean, the closest that exists is Santiago de Cacén, as the higher plane was advantageous to spot enemies of arriving by sea. Ah, yeah. Maybe it's a Kyoto and Edo situation. Oh, yeah, that, like, the capital moved. The capital moved from one place to the other. Yeah, I had something like trade. Oh, I just realized I switched to Clip Studio Paint and I didn't show you the thing. Like, I was like, oh, like, the two islands, one here and one here, and like the Atlantis would be here, and then bleh, like, this is the closest route, bleh. Like, Kyoto is the seat of the emperor, but Edo is the facto capital with the seat of the shogun there. Yeah. Yeah, kinda. No, that's something that I would have to think about. Also, one thing that I have considered is like, okay, would there be a way to like put this map, like, because like the map is, well, you can definitely tell it was made by someone who has close to no understanding of how these things actually work. Because it's too neat. But then again, you look at how he represented the Iberian Peninsula, and oh my goodness, those are the biggest Pyrenees I've ever seen. At least he got the Strait of Gibraltar right. But still, yeah, I thought of using this as a base. I thought of using this as a base, just like Tomi Hoshikawa did with her version of Atlantis, which, by the way, I don't think that I've ever shown on stream. Let me actually show that. Oh my goodness, no! Oh, okay. I was searching Atlantis. One of the first results that showed up, like, you know, in Google was Atlantis yoga. Here I am, making up like a completely new version of Atlantis. These people, these guys, like, hope the yoga won't make me sink. Oh yeah, that would be nice. that would be nice. Oh, dude. Okay, isn't there a bigger version? Okay, yeah, this is good. This is good. Okay. Copy image. No, wait. No, I'll open image, new tab. Save. Yeah, copy image, and let's just put it here. Let's just put it here. New from clipboard. Atlantis yoga is pretty fire. Yeah. Okay, so like I mentioned in earlier on this stream, this is a manga. This is a manga released in 1970 by a lady by the name of Tomi Hoshikawa. And it's just called Atlantis. It's just Atlantis. And I find this very interesting. Like, I have the whole manga. I can tell you a spoiler. The manga ends with Atlantis sinking, because of course it does. Like, how many stories about Atlantis do you know that don't end with the island either sinking or already being sunk from the get-go and everyone is a mermaid or something? Or Aquaman. Or everyone is Aquaman. Everyone can talk to fish. And if that makes you special, then everyone is special. And if everyone is special, then nobody is. That's a Syndrome said that. Also, interesting to note, I'm not sure about other works of, based around Atlantis, because My research has admittedly been a little bit lacking until now. I did find some things, but in my defense, it's kind of difficult to know when a story is going to turn to Atlantis, because usually that's a spoiler, or the Atlantis connections are like super thin, like, oh yeah, it's about some descendants of Atlantis, and Atlantis is, you know, like gone and stuff. And if I was writing that story that I mentioned some streams ago, Ari and Lucia, in which it doesn't take place in Atlantis, but Atlantis is a factor, like, that would be enough. But here we're talking about a story that is going to take place in Atlantis. So we need to know what Atlantis was like. But yeah, one thing that I noticed immediately about this cover and about this manga is that your protagonist has white hair. And that did get me to thinking, like, where does this stereotype of people from Atlantis having white hair comes from? Because here's the thing. We had Gargora, we had Disney's Atlantis, and those are already two. Those are already two stories. Well, works of fiction. Calling Gargora a work of fiction is kind of weird, actually. But yeah, like, Gargora has white hair. The Atlanteans in Disney's version have white hair. So that's a common thread. That's a common thread between the two. And I decided, well, admittedly influenced by Disney's Atlantis, to also have white hair, because I liked the supernatural connotations that, you know, a young person with white hair would have, especially if everyone in Atlantis has white hair. So that immediately tells you that there's supernatural shenanigans going on, you know? Like, you know, it's a visual cue. That's not what they did in Disney's Atlantis, though. In Disney's Atlantis, it's just, oh yeah, Atlanteans have white hair. That's it. We don't know if it was caused by anything, that they just have white hair. But yeah, and I thought that Disney's Atlantis was the first place where Atlantis was associated with white hair. And this is the earliest example that I can find of someone doing the whole Atlantis thing and having white hair be associated with it. Of course, it's not every character. As you can see, this other pretty boy over here, he has blonde hair instead of white. But yeah, this girl, Dura, that's her name. I don't know what the romanization of her name would be. Probably Lura? Rula? Rula. I have no idea what sounds better. And this lovely fellow over here has, if not white hair, then silver hair. So yeah, that's one of the things that drew me to this manga, like, immediately. Like, the costumes, it is interesting because, like, I look at this and I see tokusatsu. I look at this and I see tokusatsu. Same thing with these guys over here. But I've checked, and the rest of the manga is very Greek. It's very, like, the outfits and stuff, they're very Greek coded. They really went all out with the Greekness of the thing, which makes sense when you make a story about Atlantis. I mean, like, Plato was Greek. So yeah, ruler. Yeah, let's call her ruler. Possibly because of the lack of sunlight. Wait, PPA, isn't that what they did with the Atari 2600 version of Atlantis? Because there's Atlantis and then there's a sequel game, I believe, where they turned Atlantis into a spaceship. And what you do in that game is, yeah, you control the entire spaceship as it goes through space. Like, I think that the original Atlantis game is kind of, it's kind of a Missile Command knockoff, wannabe. I don't know. By the way, I don't think that it can be ruler, Laketh. I just remembered because it's spelled like this. So the emphasis is on the U, not the A. Like, if you were to Romanize, if you were to, well, Japaneseify, if you were to write ruler in English, but in Japanese, you would end up something like this. Like that. But yeah, no, that is an actual thing. That is an actual thing. Oh yeah, Atlantis didn't sink; it turned into a spaceship. Yeah, no, that happens in that game, which I still want to play. I have an actual copy. I don't have an Atari 2600 to play it, but I do have the cartridge. You can't see it. But here it is. I'm tapping it. But Atari, how do we know that you're tapping the actual Atlantis cartridge by iMagic and not like a Mega Drive cartridge or anything? Well, first, all my Mega Drive cartridges are in boxes. It would have taken me a lot longer to go get them. This I got without the box. So yeah, it says iMagic Atlantis for use with Atari and Sears video game systems. So Sears also had their own video game console, and it was compatible with Atari 2600 games. Interesting. Okay, then it also says program contents, audiovisual display, cartridge design, and label, iMagic 1982 710103 dash L1? Probably 1. Rev A, printed in USA, all rights reserved. Atari and Atlantis plays Atlantis for Atari. That will happen one day. That will happen one day. But I'm still trying to figure out. If it would be possible to connect an Atari 2600 to the Elgato, like through an HDMI to SCART converter or something. But yeah. Are you doxing your cartridge? Yes! Doxed! It came from the US! Illegally! Actually, no, it's not illegally. I bought it fair and square. And actually, it didn't come from the US, it came from Germany. I bought it from Germany, so yeah. It's been in Europe for a while. Does it have anything else written? No, it just says iMagic. But yeah. I was half joking, but they approximate things a lot. A ruler is usually rura, but it would surprise me to see it written as rura. Yeah, okay. You got an illegal! Oh no, illegal Atlantis cartridge! Oh no, Knuckles phone holder and controller holder from Cable Guys. What do you say about this? Give it to me, I can protect it. Okay. There it is. It's protected. It's protected. I gave it to Knuckles. He'll take care of it. If not, we are going primitive. We point the camera at the monitor. Actually, this cartridge fits. Hello, I see. Oh, man. But yeah. Unfortunately, this manga is not in the public domain, so I can't do one thing that I would love to do, which would be like read this on stream. Because I think it would be super interesting. I can't find any information on this manga. Like, I just randomly found it on Mandarake. Like, just the whole collection, 4 volumes on Mandarake. It was like 1,000 yen. It was like, dude, I gotta get this. I gotta get this, man. But yeah. Yeah, another thing that I that I also wanted to. Oh, right, I haven't spoken about another book that I have here. So, I spent most of the actual work part of the stream kind of dunking on Plato, but honestly, I have here a book from someone who deserves a lot more of dunking on, which is a fellow named Lewis Spence. Now, Lewis Spence, I'm gonna give him a little bit of, I'm gonna cut him some slack, because when he wrote this in 1928, I believe. Let me check. Copyright 1926, Lewis Spence. Okay, no, I was wrong by 2 years. Oops. But yeah, so in my hands right now, I have no longer the Atlantis cartridge that's in. Really? Really? Because like there was one of the AXN channels used to be an anime channel, or at least something resembling one. It was called Animax. I think that it got turned into AXN White, if I'm not wrong. But yeah. That so if it was the one that I think it is, then it's just going back to its roots. Okay, getting black tea was not the best idea. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. Hooray! Hello, Mr. Therapist. I'm kind of sleep deprived. You didn't? Oh, right. To be fair, it was a long time ago. Like, it was a long time ago. It was like in 2011. Like, when did it stop? I think that it stopped being Animax in like 2013 or something. Like, it didn't last all that long. And AXN was one of the sponsors for Iberanime, or at least they had a space there. They also had Dragon Ball Evolution, but they apologized before. Okay, PPA. Okay, I'm gonna see if I finish in not too late, because I also have to go to bed relatively early. So yeah. Ekabe. This guy, Lewis Spence. Oh boy, Lewis Spence. He wrote a lot of books on Atlantis. Like, a lot of books. And that is because he really believed that Atlantis existed. And I tried reading this book. It's called The History of Atlantis. I mean, the version that I have here is História da Atlântida because it's in Portuguese, but yeah, you know, same thing. So yeah, again, I'm willing to cut this guy some slack because yeah, he wrote this way before plate tectonics was actually understood as a science. So he had no way of knowing that any of his propositions for, you know, a lost continent in the Atlantic could just not have happened. Like, because that's also something that I don't understand when people talk about Atlantis. So yeah, the whole island that sunk. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, yeah, there are islands that sank, but usually it's not just one island in the middle of the ocean that sinks. Usually it's a whole plate that goes down or that gets flooded, and usually that means not just one island. That means a lot of things. And a lot of the time, a sunken place usually has more to do with flooding and with the sea encroaching on land. Like, that's the case with, for example, any village or town that had to be like relocated because someone built a dam, or for example, I've mentioned this city before, Thonis Herakleion, which was an Egyptian city that sank. Like, it's the closest thing to what you could consider like Atlantis to ever happen. Like, you know, the whole city just sank, but it took a long time. Like, it was like every year, like, I think it had to do with the soil. The soil was not very stable and prone to liquefaction. So little by little, the city started sinking. First the coast, and then continuing inward, until people started leaving. But again, it wasn't like a whole big mass of people leaving the city. It was gradual. Like, people started leaving the city, moving to nearby cities as the city sank. So yeah, and now there's people exploring Thonis Herakleion because apparently there's a lot of archaeological goodness in there at the site, and it is the closest thing that I've ever seen to something like Atlantis. I mean, you have Pompeii, you have the Minoan eruption, but those didn't end with sinking. Those were just, oh, this place blew up, have a lot of ashes, have a lot of death and destruction, but no sinking. I've heard of Animax before, particularly for their obscure and bizarre dubs that only aired on their channel. Oh yeah. Is it really the same thing, though? Gaslighting. Gaslighting 100. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Also, other places that sank didn't sink underneath water. Like, I keep remembering, like, because of this whole thing, and because of doing research of like, okay, so how could a place sink? I've started to do research into, you know, sunk or flooded cities, you know, particularly ones that don't exist anymore, and I came across the Armero tragedy, which, long story short, it was a town in Colombia that was at the at the foot of the Nevado del Ruiz volcano, and the volcano erupted, and it melted the glaciers around it, and that alongside, you know, the moving earth and stuff formed something called a lahar, which is like a slush, a hodgepodge of icy water and mud and rocks, mostly icy water and mud. So yeah, like it's bad news. It's bad news it's bad news, especially if it's coming down a mountainside and gaining speed. So yeah, and Armero was a town that was completely obliterated by this lahar. The reason why it wasn't evacuated was, you know, as it always is, people. Well, it was multiple factors. It was multiple factors. Like one, they had distributed maps for people to evacuate, but those were badly distributed. Like almost nobody had access to them. Like they were only available in like one or two places. Basically, you had to go look for them instead of them, you know, being readily available. Like for example, at the local kiosk or something like that. No, like they were like you had to ask for them. Like they weren't handed over like pamphlets. Like no, that didn't happen. Also, like in a lot of disasters like this, they thought that evacuating would be too expensive. And lo and behold, like I've heard this quote, I don't remember where, but I think that it was in an air crash investigation video. Which was, if you think safety's expensive, try having an accident. And that definitely applied here. Yes, lahar. Lahar, exactly. That's exactly how it's spelt. So yeah, in the case of Armero, like 20,000 people died. The town was wiped off the map. You can still, like, apparently you can still go there. Apparently you can still go there and, you know, look at the abandoned buildings and stuff, but most of them are, like, buried. Most of them are buried, like, until, I don't know, like, the first floor or something. That's how bad it was. But yeah, it's also one of the closest things that I've seen to this whole idea that you know, a place can just disappear from one day to the next. And again, yes, there was water involved, but also mud and swampy swampy land outside. Was it swampy? I don't know. Maybe the pictures that I've seen of, you know, the aftermath just color my judgment. Probably maybe it wasn't swampy. I don't think it was like that close to like any forest area. Now that I think about it. But yeah. Hello, Souza Ribeiro. Are you gonna bring anything? Are you gonna bring anything to the conversation? It's scary as to how quick history can be destroyed. Yeah, no, it is. But the thing is, and I've mentioned this before, but one of the reasons why I love researching disasters is because there's a lot that can be learned from them. And what you can learn from those disasters can then infer the choices that you make and the how can I put this? it can help you be safe in the event that something happens. Also, hello, Sciatic. Were you here this whole time? Yeah. Like when I learned about Armero, one of the things that I thought was like, dude, what if this happened? What if this happened in my hometown? But I'm kind of lucky that the worst that my actually no. I was gonna say that the worst that my hometown has to fear are forest fires, like I said, but that's not actually true. Because my hometown has a little bit of a peculiarity, and I'm not going to go too much into detail, but water. It can be flooded if there is like too much rain. It can be. It is in a position where it can get flooded. In fact, there was one time where I remember that the water was super high. like the road was literally next to the water, and usually there's a whole embankment, like that's a thing in almost every place that has rivers or streams going through them, big and small. Like the water was all the way up to the embankment, and I was like, frick. I think that's an interesting and good mindset to have. Disasters can serve as lessons and experiences to the world to help us understand how and prevent them from happening again. Yeah, exactly. Which is why I love doing research on them and learning about the people involved and learning their stories, both of the survivors and the victims. In fact, a little bit of background lore. When I was first making plans to debut as a VTuber, that was a kind of content that I consumed. Like a lot. I don't like the word consume, but in this case, I think it's appropriate. That's the kind of content that I consumed a lot. Disaster videos. It's also the time where I was very much into like Ask a Mortician. Now she actually renamed the channel to just her name, Caitlin Doty. And she talks a lot. She talks a lot about that and general death related things and all of that. But I was watching a lot of that, and the reason why I ended up going with an Atlantean character was not exactly because of that. Because what interests me about Atlantis isn't the disaster part. What interests me about Atlantis is the possibilities. Is the possibilities that it provides you with to make up your own version. Like there's tons of different versions of Atlantis, each taking inspiration from different places, mostly Greek, obviously. But that was the thing that always interested me about Atlantis, was the fact that you could pretty much just make anything up with any aesthetic that you would like, with any sort of like culture that you would like. Of course, Plato is kind of like, oh no, they're bulls, elephants, killing a bull, and the laws. What are the laws? I don't know. They had laws and stuff, and they were a dark blue tunics and stuff. And yeah, okay, Plato. But then again, you also think that a plane and a mountain can be in the same place at the same time and not interfere with each other. So I don't know. I don't know about it. I don't know about you. But yeah, and I had always wanted to create, you know, sort of an ancient civilization kind of thing. Ever since I was a little kid. What inspired me to do that was actually the album Adiemus Songs of Sanctuary, which was not made by Enya. Like, I'm just gonna put that out there. It was not made by Enya. It's an entire musical project headed by Carl Jenkins. And the voice that you're hearing, like front and center, that's not Enya, that's Miriam Stockley, who keeps showing up in stuff that I like. Weirdly enough, she's even a Vocaloid. Like, there's a Vocaloid based on her voice. I think that I've said this before. But yeah, no. Vocaloid Miriam, look it up. But yeah, and this whole thing with Atlantis, you know, made me maybe want to bring it to the forefront, you know, have an excuse to actually develop it. Because the way that I was developing it earlier was for a different story called Ari and Lucia. I talked about it in a different stream. Maybe one day I'll make a whole stream dedicated to it, because the last one was, you know, super disorganized because I was just showing things as I went. But yeah, for that, one of the issues that I had was that I was spending way too much trying to develop Atlantis and not actually thinking about the story, like, in the present time. So I thought that, you know what, maybe I can take what I already have of Atlantis and make it into the lore of this VTuber. But the whole disaster thing and this whole thing of, you know, wanting to know more about the people involved in disasters and stuff and all of that stuff. Hello, Valeria. Welcome, happy birthday. But it did give me the idea. It did give me the idea of making my character the shaman, or someone who dealt with either the supernatural or the departed or something like that. Hello, Katsudon, welcome. But yeah, all of that to say that, yeah, my interest in that sort of thing kind of led me down the path you see right now of weird of being this weird skeptic as all heck shaman boy who's performed by a girl. But yeah. So yeah, I was talking about Louis Spence. And here's the thing about it. I don't know, when I first learned of this book, I went like, okay, maybe I can use some of the stuff that he thought Atlantis was like to enrich my own version of Atlantis. But as I started reading it, a couple of problems came up. One is that this guy, like I said, plate tectonics still not entirely understood in 1926 or 1925, which is when I believe he wrote most of this. Like, that's usually how it goes. Unless he wrote it and published it in the same year. I don't know. That rarely happens, but yeah, Mr. Lewis Spence had this idea that Atlantis totally existed, and that if you didn't believe that it existed, you were very dumb and stupid and an idiot, and he doesn't want to be friends with you. Like, the entire first chapter of this book is him berating the reader if he doesn't believe in Atlantis. Like, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is gonna be a slog, isn't it? I was actually like taking notes. I was actually taking notes like on a notebook on the side, and when I got to that part, I just drew myself just on the floor, defeated, and like with a little balloon saying, I don't think I can make it, guys. I don't think I can make it. Because this guy, oh my god, he is so utterly convinced. Like, because this is also one of the problems that I have with people that actually believe, you know, new agey stuff, and you know, like like energies and crystals and all of that pseudoscience. Like anyone who like you know anything to do with pseudoscience and you know, pendulums and whatever. A problem that I usually have with those people, and why I don't do more research about the things that they say, because those things are very interesting to me as tools to write fiction around. Like, I like the idea of a world where these things are real and can happen, and that they have actual value. But again, that's for fictional universes. That's for fictional worlds. But you go to these people, and the arrogance that they have towards their things. Like, it's so hard to find, for example, books written by people who have studied these things and know that they exist, but are willing to put themselves and the reader aside, and just present stuff as it is. Like, you know, instead of saying, oh, amethysts are good for spiritual growth, instead of saying something like that, saying, there are people who believe that amethysts are good for spiritual growth. I never see anyone do that. Every time that you try to do research on any particular topic, you're bombarded with people who are trying to sell you ideas and beliefs and and make you uncomfortable if you're not on the same wavelength as them. And that's an issue, and that's what I saw here. That's what I saw here in this book as well. It was kind of disheartening, because like, I was hoping that I would be able to get something from this book. I really was. I bought it for a reason. Like, it was like, what, 10 euros? Oh, right. I should draw something, right? Okay. I am gonna draw something just after I finish this rant. But yeah, like, but then going later into the book, like, I skipped ahead a little bit, and not only is this guy convinced that Atlantis existed, he's also convinced that, among other things, that Egypt, ancient Egypt, as we know it, was an Atlantean colony. Like, all the achievements that the Egyptians made, no, it was not them. What do you mean? No, they couldn't have done that, because it was Atlantis. Atlantis is the one that put like the pyramids in Egypt. They're the ones who made the pyramids. Like they're the ones who created the idea of a pyramid. Like no, it's not the easiest way to stack rocks or anything. No, it's just like Atlantis. Atlantis colonized Egypt. Sure, add another one. Add another one to the list of cultures and people that have colonized Egypt, because that's exactly what they need. Another one. Egypt made accomplishments? Everyone knows it's Atlantis fishman. Like, why would you even think that? Why would you even think that people in northern Africa had agency and intelligence and knowledge and tools? Like, and that's kind of where this book really lost me. Again, I was hoping to get something interesting from this because one of this guy's fields of study was actually Mesoamerican mythology, particularly Mayan mythology. And of course, he managed to find a link between Atlantis and the Mayans, because, of course, if you find a link between Atlantis and Egypt, like, Mesoamerica is right over there. Like, so yeah. So I was interested in what he had to say because of that. Also because he tells a story that I've never seen referenced anywhere. And I wanted to know where he got that from, which is the story of Basileia, which was a queen of Atlantis that went mad because her children named Selene and Helios. One was killed and the other one was forced to kill themselves, something like that. So she got distraught and just went crazy and had to be committed, I think. By the way, those two dying was what was supposedly gave us the sun and the moon, apparently, or something. Or maybe I'm remembering it wrong. I could be remembering it wrong. But it is interesting that the only place that I've seen reference that this is the only place that I've seen reference, the whole sun and moon thing related to Atlantis. But if you play Genshin Impact, if you play the quest in Kanomiya is pretty Atlantis coded, down to having kind of Greek, Greek trappings and all of that. And it's the only other place where I have seen the sun, particularly the sun, associated with Atlantis. As a whole, at some point I think that they even mentioned the Helios's chariot, the one that he's supposed to ride across the skies, bringing the sun and all that. So basically aliens, yeah, exactly. Reasonable crash out. Yeah. So yeah. So I was really disappointed, between the being called names for not actually believing in this, just having a passing, not exactly a passing curiosity, but I was curious to know what he thought of it, since he had, done so much research and gone so deep into it. But there's a problem but that's one thing that I've realized as well. I mean, I already knew, but Like, unfortunately, if you are someone who is willing to go to these lengths to research something like Atlantis, it's usually because you believe in it to some extent. And of course, what you're going to do is you're going to try to bend facts and assumptions so that you can make people believe in what you're trying to peddle them. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I have the actual notebook here. 1 minute. Okay, I'm actually gonna read my notes to you because I actually wrote them like in prose. So yeah. Okay, so Arthur Conan Doyle was in contact with Lewis Spence and drew inspiration from him for The Lost World and something called The Maracot Deep. Not surprising, given the guy believed in spiritualism and other such nonsense. Yeah, this is actually true. Arthur Conan Doyle believed in spiritualism. it was interesting. The prologue mentions the Timaeus dating to 600 BC. I was under the impression that it was closer to 390 BC. Still haven't checked that, actually. The prologue also seems to think Lewis Spence's writings prove Atlantis existed. Sure, buddy. Oh boy, this is gonna be a bumpy ride. Sure thing, Mr. Spence. Show me why Atlantis is totes real, and then explain to me why every bit of evidence is stolen from a different culture. Oh, and plate tectonics. Explain that too. Again, he existed during a time where, well, this book was written before plate tectonics were completely understood. That only happened in the 50s, I think. Just by the index, I can tell that Lewis Spence's answer to the question of were Atlanteans descendants of Poseidon is just, nah, they Imhotep the guy. By the way, if you're unaware, Imhotep is an ancient Egyptian deity who initially was just a normal priest, but he was so liked by the people that they ended up deifying him after he died. So yeah, he became. I don't remember what he became a god of. I don't remember what he became a god of. But yeah, no, he was a regular person, and they deified him. And Lewis Spence seems to be under the impression that Poseidon, in the Atlantis story, was actually just a guy that then later was deified in a similar manner. But the thing. But the thing is, Poseidon is kind of an important figure in Greek mythology. I'm not sure how he was going to explain that. But since he's prone to huge leaps of logic, and just ask us to trust him. Source, I made it the frick up. I'm fighting sleep, but I'm losing. I'm gonna be lurking. That's okay. I'll just finish reading these notes and then make a little. I'm gonna make just a little sketch. I'm just gonna make a little sketch, and then I'm also gonna go to bed. This man has some nerve saying that the Egyptians were an Atlantean colony. Very ancient aliens of you, dude. Yup. I wrote. I commented on that as well. Yes, Mr. Spence, I am an infantile buffoon for not believing in Atlantis, after the mounds of circumstantial, bias-ridden evidence you're about to serve me. Now shut up and just tell me what you think it was like. Please. I'm on page 30, and oh my gods, this guy is so full of utter bullshit. I'm honestly in awe. Granted, I have 109 years of hindsight on my side, but man, the sheer arrogance on this dude, I can't. Oh yeah, at some point he says, at some point, what does he say? He says something about, like... He says that the way that archaeologists do their work is wrong when it comes to Atlantis, because working on Atlantis requires imagination. So if you want to be an archaeologist about Atlantis, you have to use your imagination. Like if you're making up a fictional story. Lewis, are you high? Oh yeah, what I had to say about that. History and archaeology are not based on imagination alone, Lewis. To compare conjecture and coincidence with facts and studyable evidence is pure intellectual degeneracy, a mere farce. Now I know why pseudoscientists like Atlantis so much. They're just as pedantic and clueless as this guy is. Holy shit. And then there's my little there's my little sketch. Which I haven't like scanned or anything. But yeah, those were my notes. Those were my notes on this book, and then I wasn't able to go back to it. Why? Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing the sometimes I wonder if I'm doing the right thing, or if I should just throw it all away and just make up whatever you want. Just make up whatever you want. The thing is, it's kind of difficult for me to do that. Usually, one thing that I've noticed is that usually I'm at my best creatively when I'm working on the foundation of something that already exists. Because I can make new stuff up, but I always have like a solid foundation. And I have things that I can play around with and go and pick. Like, for example, if I wanted to do a reboot of Lunatics Unleashed, I've mentioned that many times before. Like, if I wanted to do one of those, I would feel pretty much at home, because that only means that I would need to do all research, like on the Looney Tunes, like everything that's available, everything that was done with the Looney Tunes name, and see what I could use to create a new, and to create, like with that foundation, create a new world with references to all those things that you already know from the Looney Tunes, and imagination. Exactly. Yeah. My God, I was so disappointed. Yeah, I already got something on with the Atlantis in your lore. Yeah. It's just that when it comes to, for example, the place itself, I was hoping that I could get some help from Plato. Not happening. Not happening, apparently. And Lewis Spence is also proving to be completely useless, because everything that he thinks Atlantis was, no, but the problem with Lewis Spence isn't what he thinks Atlantis was. The problem with Lewis Spence is that he is willing to call you an imbecile to your face if you do not agree with him on the hypothesis that Atlantis existed, which is different. He is confrontational about it, and that's what pisses me off about his writing. Like, if he was just willing to, I know that a writer, I know that usually when people write a book, especially about, you know, a theory that they're proposing, they have to prime the reader to accept what they're going to tell them on some level. But there's priming them to accept what you're about to tell them, and then there's calling them an idiot if they don't agree with you. Like, like, because he's so violent about it. He's one of those people, yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Spence, appreciate your effort, but you're kind of reminding me of one thing that my dad used to say about me, which is that I could have all the reason in the world, but the way that I spoke put people off. And I don't know to what extent that was actually true. But I think that can definitely apply here. So yeah. So since I was supposed to like do an art thing, let me see. Okay, I have 0 stabilization on, which is, well, I wish that I didn't have to turn stabilization on, but I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to. Okay, that's a little bit better. My dad says the exact same. Oh wow, is it a dad thing? Oh no, I'm not channeling spirits. Whoa, holy, my eyes just changed. What happened? Did I just get possessed by the ghost of Louis Spence? Did he just come back to tell me how wrong I am? Again? Because he already did that. And probably he wants to just make sure that I get the message. Is it a Portugal thing? Maybe this kind of tone policing, yeah. Maybe it is. Because yeah, honestly, I don't know any other places where that would. The way someone speaks or treats others does play a role in whether someone is willing to listen to you. Yeah, no, that is true. That is true. But honestly, I don't think that I was that bad about it. It's just that my dad really didn't like getting talked back to. Here's the thing, Dad, you did the exact same thing. Yeah. Shinny. Okay, so, just gonna... My mom and dad would say something like that at times. Oh. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to draw a character that for now is what I'm planning to be one of the main characters of the book. So yeah, we're going into like the story part a little bit. Yeah, let me see if I can. It's been a while since I've tried to draw anything. Like, again, this is only going to be a sketch. I'm not really going to complete it. Wait. Yeah, just a little. Like that. Is it a fish person? No. But that was one of the ideas. That was one of the ideas that I had at one point. It would be like, oh, we found we found a fish person. Atari, you should take a look at this as the high priest. And I would be like, oh, but okay. And then we would get to the conclusion that said fish person was a result of an experiments going on, trying to create human-animal hybrids. Oh man, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've drawn anything worthwhile. God, you dang it. You kind of look like a bobblehead, but that's okay. You're young. About tone, talking back, same. I was wondering if the phrasing was local. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like, because my dad didn't grow up in my hometown. He was from a different city. So I am not sure if it was a thing. I'm not sure if it was a thing from, like, from where he lived. Okay, I'm going to have to be easy. I'm gonna have to be easy on myself because yeah, it's been a long time since I've drawn anything of note. Like, all that I've been doing is like sketches, you know, little doodles at the shop. So yeah, okay, so yeah, that shoulder is a little bit too off to the side here. Okay, so as you can tell, this is I mean, from the proportions. Okay, so that's one head. That's two. That's three. Kinda, okay. 3.5 heads, kind of. Maybe a little more. It is more. It is more. Oh, what should they be doing with their arms? I'm like, okay, just, we're gonna have you do the whole, oh, I'm not so sure about this kind of arm grab behind the back. Again, this is supposed to be like really, really quick. I used to be able to draw hands, like, you know, like an easy way to draw hands just resting. Was it like that or like that? Yeah, no, that's probably, yeah. Yeah, like so. Okay, that's a little too, yeah, no, that arm is going a little too low. It's going a little bit too low over there. Yeah. And then? Yeah. I wonder if it would be easier to just erase it. Maybe it is. Okay. Just erase it and try again. That's one thing that I learned about drawing, that it took me a while to actually like interiorize. Is that a word? Like that, yeah, you don't have to be stuck with what you do. You can always try again. That's what makes you an artiste. Okay, like so. I think that that's not too bad. Okay. Yeah, that's the base. So we're going to your eyes have to be big because you're young. You're young. That's also why you're like 3 hands tall. Okay, we're getting to a point where... Oh, maybe I can just reduce the transparency a little bit. No, augment the transparency. Okay, we don't need this line. It's only gonna create visual garbage. Okay. Now I have 2 designs in mind for this that I'm about to do. I don't know which one would be better. I am going to go with the original one that I had thought out. Oh wait. Oh, I need to see where the midline is. I need to see where the midline is. Oh no. You know, the midline falls around here. Oh yeah, okay. And this can be... That can be very transparent. Is it a fish person eating seafood? Is a fish person eating seafood considered cannibalism? No, not really, because, well, seafood is a lot of things, right? Seafood is a lot of things. There's fish, of course, and then there's then there's like crustaceans and mollusks and all of that. But here's the thing. I think that, you know, a fish person eating seafood is no different than me or you eating like a pork sandwich. Depends on the fish in question. Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's too long. Let's have it go to like her knees. Town, welcome. South Africa, whoa. That's pretty far from where I live. Awesome. How about SpongeBob? Has SpongeBob ever eaten well, he can only eat seafood. He lives in the sea. I don't think I don't think his options are all that varied. Let's put it like that. It's past midnight? Oh wait, where so South Africa. Past midnight. Does South Africa have like daylight savings? Because I was under the impression, maybe erroneous, that South Africa is in the same time zone as the UK and Portugal. It's probably I don't know. Yeah, that's why I said, because it's almost midnight. It's almost midnight here. Krabby Patty is made of beef. Wendy's cooked a secret recipe. Wait, is it made of beef? Is it actually made of beef? Currently, oh, so it's 1 hour ahead. So it's 1 hour ahead. Now I don't remember. Okay, so daylight savings time. That means that it's earlier for us. Okay, so you're in UTC Standard Time, apparently, or Greenwich Meridian Time, like GMT, but without the daylight savings, so it's just normal. Like, here where I live, which is Portugal, it's midnight, but it's UTC +1. No, I am going completely. My brain and math do not mix, unfortunately. Wow. Aren't Krabby Patties vegan? Probably. I have no idea. I mean, Alistair says they're made of crab. Which is kind of dark when you think about it. It's a vegan patty according to the original creator. Oh, okay. I mean, if it's like, I've had good vegan burgers before. I love vegan burgers, actually. There's a brand in Portugal that makes some vegan burgers with like tofu and seaweed, and I don't know what kind of spices they put in them, but they're delicious. They're delicious and they're easy to make because all you have to do is either, like, you take it out of the package, which doesn't need to be refrigerated, by the way. You take it out of the package, which is vacuum sealed, and then all you have to do is either put it in a microwave or on a frying pan or on the grill for a bit, and like not even 2 minutes, it's done. It's done, and it's delicious. I love those. Krabby Patty at Wendy's feature a 1/4 pound fresh beef patty. I don't know I don't know about the cartoon. There's a theory that they're either made of crab, whales, the whole country of Wales. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know that you meant like whales, like the animal, the cetacean, but yeah. But I looked at that and I was like, Wales? Like, like part of the UK? What did the Welsh do to deserve this? What did the Welsh do to deserve to be made into Krabby Patties? My brain works in mysterious ways. Whales like Pearl. Yeah. What? Whales? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, I just thought it was funny. Like, yeah, no, Krabby Patties are made of the entire country of Wales. Just like the entire country. And I'm like, haven't they suffered enough under the rule of the British? I might still be wrong. I don't know. Perhaps Mr. Krabs claimed a whales after the war, and that's why the patties are so efficient. Yeah, whales. Or if you want to make it a little bit even clearer, whales. Whales. Okay. I still need to think a little bit about the pattern on the dress. It's okay. Okay, another layer. No. Yeah, that's what I wanted. I have to fix that a little bit. Whales, yes. How did you find your art style? That's a good question, actually. How did I find my art style? Okay, this part I'm not sure if it should be like doing this or this. Basically because she's not gonna have any like strands here, like the ears are not gonna show, so. I don't know. Okay, so my art style, I think it's been like a huge mix of influences from across the ages. No, nothing as grandiose as that. But yeah, a lot of influences across time. Let's put it like that. I already had like a semi-developed art style. Well, semi-developed as far as like an 8-year-old can have a developed art style. Like if I were to showcase what my art style was when I was 8. So yeah, you had a face. Wait, no. You had a face like that. You would have the mouth, and then like that. And if I wanted like them to be in profile, it would be like something like that. I did draw fingers. I did draw fingers during this time. But yeah, okay, so if it was okay, so for example, you could have a skirt. and like, and the feet. And let's give her like ballet flats, because I loved ballet flats. And then for the hair, like depending on how light the hair was, like if it was dark, I would just do this, like have you drawn Goku before? Only in jest. Only in jest. Like, for example, like like that. I'm gonna cut these and put them in a different layer. But yeah, that's the art style. That's the art style that I had when I was a kid. And I was heavily influenced by like Sailor Moon, and then later and then I started like I was also influenced very much by like Digimon, so like the whole almost stick figure like proportions. Like I vibed with that a lot. Then I'm not sure, like, when did I start realizing that I had like a defined art style? I think it might have been around 2007, because I started doing like experiments. Like one thing that I also did a lot. Hey, it's me, Goku. I forgot about that. Okay. Okay. No. This is wrong. This is wrong. We have to do the honors. We have to do the thing. Otherwise, we won't be good internet people, and we want to be good internet people. Now, don't we? Okay. There you go. There you go. Now our internet honor has been saved. But yeah. But yeah, another influence that I had, but that was after Digimon, but it was like a big one. It was a pretty big one. Was Teen Titans, like, because I loved the blend of like cartoony with animesque sensibilities. Like, not too much towards one side and not too much to the other. But there is a show that goes even further with that, and that is Wakfu. The thing is, by the time I watched Wakfu, my drawing style was already at a point where, yeah, I could take on more influences, but it was already kind of crystallized, I feel. The original one from 2003. Yeah, Teen Titans. I was majorly into Teen Titans for a while. The thing is, it was during a time where, good fan websites and stuff was not exactly good, like easy to find. Also, it was during a time where I was already, starting college. So, it was a little bit kind of like Ben 10. Ben 10 is too American for me. It's too standardized. It's too standardized. If you catch my drift. Okay. I'm going to pull up. I'm going to pull up a picture from Wakfu. I'm gonna put up a picture from Wakfu, see if like if I had to say like what in my opinion is not as inspiring for Ben 10 is that it lacks edge. It lacks edge. Let's put it like that. I'm trying to find a good picture that I can use to. But I'm not. I am not sure. I'm not sure about any of these. Okay, let's go with this one. It's not very big. But I think you can get. The idea. Open image in new tab. Oh no, this is too small. This is too small. Okay, Star Quartz. Bye. Ekabe. Okay, this one. Oh, okay. Okay, this one is a bit better. It's not the best. It's not the best, but I think that you can get the picture. Okay, so this is Wakfu. It's a French animated show. And again, this is not exactly the best example, but it does showcase what I mean about edge. It does showcase what I mean about edge. Oh, Transformers Animated also influenced me a bit. Again, it was drawn in a similar fashion to like Teen Titans, so no big surprises there. The coloring is just the one thing that I can't really get behind. Like the same for Teen Titans. Like, I like Teen Titans, but if I were to make my own show, my own movie or something, I would never use Teen Titans as a reference for color. I would much faster use this as a reference for color. So yeah, a little bit of background, since Barney is saying that that it's the first time that he's seeing this. Okay, so Wakfu started out as an a flash animated TV show from France, specifically a company called Ankama that also develops video games. Well, the PC games, specifically MMORPGs based on the same world. They had one already released at the time that Wakfu came out, which was in 2008, called Dofus. And Wakfu was made to go along with a different MMORPG called Wakfu, which is available now on Steam. Like, that's one of the things that I wanna that I want to play on stream one day, but the fact that it's an MMORPG, it's a little bit... Maybe I could gather up some people and just go like, hey, let's try to see what happens if we just, do the tutorial and try to aggro a few monsters or something. Yeah, Ben 10 Omniverse, I liked the art style of Ben 10 Omniverse because it was the same character designer from Transformers Animated. Like, when you look at them side by side, it's so obvious. It was Derek J. Wyatt. He's unfortunately already passed away, but yeah. So this is a promo picture, so it's a little bit more. It's a little bit sharper than what you would see than what you would see in the show. I'm gonna try to find like a still from the show. Yeah, and I do agree that it's a hidden gem. Like, not a lot of people know about it, and yet it's been around for so long. It's been around for so long, and people just don't know that it exists. It's gonna get a 4th season finally. What about Totally Spies and Mini Spies? Too sanitized, too shiny. Like, I like it, but it's a little bit too much. I do like the fashions though, because if you watch Totally Spies, yeah, you're gonna get an idea of what the fashions during that time were, and I love it for that. Okay, create new from clipboard. This is a still of the show. I'm going to zoom it in. Where? Oh wait, is it already at 100%? Okay. But yeah. Again, this show is animated in Flash, by the way. This show is nowadays it's no longer animated in Flash, but it has always used like a mix of tweening. That is the type of animation that Flash specializes in, which is, you define pivot points and then directions in which different parts will move. If if you've seen a Flash animated show, you can tell what I mean. The parts are all individual, and the parts are all individually drawn, and then they're all put together, and then the tweens, which is it's another word for betweens or in betweens. Yes, I know that they had an anime-esque style, and I liked it. And I liked it. I watched it. I watched it when I was younger. But I didn't really use it as inspiration. I didn't really use it for inspiration for my art style. So yeah. So basically, everything that you see in this still is comprised of many different points, like different pictures held together by points of articulation. For example, and in fact, you can kind of see that some of these were not made to coincide with each other. Like, for example, you have this guy here, Ruel. Okay, he's a pretty nice character. And you can see that in the rush to make this scene, they forgot that he needed to have shadows on his hands here. Like, he needed to have shadows here and here, at least, because here is the shadow from his tunic thing, and here's just the shadow because this part of his hand is under his weapon. So oops. so yeah, but believe me, if you start watching episode 1, you'll be immediately blown away. Like, And I do mean it. I do mean it. Like, to this day, what they did with Wakfu in terms of animation is amazing. Like, I absolutely love it, and I think that it was one of the last things that actually like influenced my art style, that strongly. Because we're talking like I got into Wakfu in 2010. By that point, I was already kind of, developed a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, I can't really think of anything else that influenced my art style after Wakfu. So, because here's the thing, I think that you noticed. I think that you noticed that I'm not very good with like anime style. I got it, like the animation I did for my previous course. Yeah. From what I'm learning, the characters are kind of godlike, and one of them can beat Steven Universe. That last shot alone was unexpectedly impressive. Yeah. Yeah, no, imagine it in motion. I might check it out. It sounds like a lot of high praise. It's like this. I will say that it's not perfect. Wakfu is not perfect. What it excels at is the visuals. In terms of story, in terms of characters, there's some pretty good characters in there. But don't expect too much out of it, especially after season 1. Season 1 is very strong. Season 1 is pretty strong. Season 2, it kind of falls off. Then there were the OVAs in season 3. I haven't watched season 3 yet, unfortunately. But my issue with season 3, with season 3 is that a lot of it, not season 3, like the OVAs and season 2. Okay, so it stops being a story about this ragtag band of misfits who are on a mission to save the world or whatever. And it starts being more like a story about people who are above everything else in their world. And I don't really like that. I don't really like it when your characters are so powerful that normal people cannot even think of ever reaching them, or that they can't even be part of the story that involves the fate of their own world, so to speak. It becomes a lot like that in season 2 and in the OVAs especially, and it seemed like season 3 was also taking that route. And it's fine for what it is. It's just not what I watch, a show for. I like the world building, but the world building has to have a world in it. World, people, culture, all of that. It needs to have all of that. Now, all of that said, again, technically, as in the technical aspects of Wakfu, as an animated show, are still some of the best I have ever seen to this day. And it stands on that. It stands on that alone. That alone makes it worth watching and experiencing. Just be warned that in some things it's a lot of style over substance, because they think that their substance means a lot more than it actually does. It's not a case like, for example, I usually, when I think of shows that are style over substance, I usually think of the Batman. The one Batman show from 2004, which also caused an embargo of Batman characters in Teen Titans, which was terrible. which is very don't like it at all. But yeah, that show is what I would call style, is a pretty good showcase of style over substance, in that it looks great, the animation is great, the style is great, the character designs are great, even if a few are a little bit questionable. It was the mid-2000s. Edge was in full swing, so a lot of that's reflected in the designs of the Batman. But when you actually go and look for the story of the Batman, or the stories of the Batman, it is a far cry from Batman the Animated Series. Like I said, style over substance. The Batman has a lot of style, not a lot of substance. And a lot of its strengths only come through if you're familiar with the Batman mythos beforehand. You're not going to get like a lot of new information from this show. Batman the Brave and the Bold was better at introducing different concepts from across the DC universe. But then again, Batman the Brave and the Bold was not strictly a Batman show. It was a DC show. So yeah. Season 3. Is Dragon Ball similar there? Dragon Ball has... Okay, when I talk about Dragon Ball, keep in mind that I'm only talking about until the Buu Saga. I have no idea of anything that happens after that. Like, the original Dragon Ball run. You know, the original Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z run. It has been described... I wouldn't say that it's like Dragon Ball. It's more comparable to Gurren Lagann, I would say, except without mechs. So yeah, imagine Gurren Lagann, but no mechs, but still hot blood, but still a lot of hot blood, a lot of hot-bloodedness, and punching things and doing things beyond your imagination, like Solo Leveling. At least there's hype moments at Aura, right? Oh, there's a lot of those. There is a lot of those. Don't worry. Like, if you like hype moments and Aura, yes, definitely watch Wakfu. It has a lot of that. You're not going to be disappointed if that's what you're looking for. Like, my criticisms of Wakfu are super personal. Just like when I usually criticize, different works, I always preface it by saying, okay, this is my own opinion, and the way that I enjoy media is very specific. Maybe a little bit too specific. Hot dog! Maybe a little bit too specific, because sometimes I feel like I might be missing out on stuff that I wouldn't if I was just a little bit more lenient, if I wasn't so critical. But then again, some of my favorite pieces of fiction, favorite pieces of fictions are not like exactly the best. I think that the issue is, like, how well does this piece of fiction perform what it set out to do? I think that's more what I would think. Okay, let me flip and be scared. Oh no. That is a huge eye size difference. Oh boy. Okay, now the question is, do I make this eye smaller or do I make this eye bigger? There's no object to transform. Yes, there is. Yes, there is, you idiot. You're just not, the layer is just not selected properly. Oh wait, maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a case of the eyes being set too far apart, because I don't think that it looks that bad like this. Let me see. No, still needs to be a little bit smaller, but not by much. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. This hairline, then it's going to have to move a little bit to the side, because that puts it a little bit too far apart. It's a little bit too far apart from the eyes, and I don't want her to have like bangs that go almost up to her ears. That's not what we want at all. Okay, maybe now it's a little bit too much to this side. Okay, let me just move a little bit. Oh, frick, I chose the wrong layer again. Ah, nuts. Okay. Okay, I think that yeah, that looks a little bit better, and that way I don't think I have to. No, I do have to switch it a little bit. Just put it a little bit to the side. Probably like 1 pixel or 2. It's not much, but there's no object to transform. What? Okay, it's layer 4. Okay. 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 And this here decoration, it's gonna have to go lower on the uh-oh. Wait, where did that come from? I put this on the same layer as the hair. Oh wow, amazing. I love it when I undermine my own work. It's amazing. It's the best. Beats the rest. Ding 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 ding. Banana phone. Do 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 do. Bing ding 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 dong ding dong ding dong ding. Banana phone. Oh wait, I'm starting to think that maybe it's the well, maybe it was the other one that needed. Yeah, because this, yeah, no, this is proper. Like, these are supposed to be armlets. I hope that I can fix that. I don't want a tangent there. Okay, so at least this one is. No, that's too high. Okay. Not perfect, but it'll do. It'll do for now. Overlord and ReZero are some great shows / night levels to check out for world building, in-depth characters, good power scaling, and well-written story. Yeah, I've heard about ReZero. Overlord, not so much. Well, I've heard about Overlord, but I didn't know that it was like an example of good storytelling and world building. Heard season 1 of Wakfu is the best. Yes. And I second, third, or whatever that notion. Season 1 of Wakfu is indeed the best. Okay, maybe like this, it's not as bad because these are not, I don't think that these are going to touch anymore. Oh, okay. Rotate canvas, flip horizontal. Okay, now those armlets are not looking as, what's the word? Lopsided. I wouldn't have guessed. Yeah. Okay. Now. honestly, I'm not sure what she should wear. I am just going to give her the regular, like, Atlantean sandals. Much like the ones I wear. Okay, this is just a sketch, so that's fine. Just a little. Yeah, we're not. This is not. They're not very wide. What wide? No, they're not very thick. They're not very thick. We're also gonna have to do a little bit of detailing on the feet. Again, we're not gonna think too much about. Wait. I'm never sure about these sandals. It's not that easy. It's not that easy getting them right. Okay. So for the feet inside the sandals, what is this line? Oh, right, it was the midline. Okay, I don't need this anymore. I don't need that anymore. So we are just going to use it for our toes. Again, still just sketch. And the other one will be over here. Yeah, maybe. So yeah. I don't remember what pattern she was supposed to have on the trims of the dress. But like maybe. Wait, no. Let's see. So if I divide this like this. Oh. No. No, that doesn't work. Okay. So like that. And like that. And like that. And like that. Oh my god, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. Me and my bright ideas. Me and my bright ideas for this sort of stuff. No, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Okay, so what if we start from here? And then no. No. No, that doesn't work. Wait. Wait. I think I got an idea. Oh yeah, I'm gonna save, but not right now. Okay. Dang it. Because I kind of wanted to do like a reveal so to speak. Because here's the thing. Okay, so you can tell that this little girl is dressed in Atlantean clothes. I mean, if you weren't able to tell, then I'm telling you right now. Maybe just the one line? Maybe just the one line is enough? Ugh. Or maybe... Let's think of an alternative. Duplicate layer, and we are going to go with one of my original ideas for this, which was like that. This is what happens when you don't use math. This is what happens when you don't use math to calculate your things. You Philistine! You don't know anything. Okay, but I think that actually looks pretty good. And now, if I want to do just like a basic pattern, I could just do this. Yeah, there you go. Oh, pfft. Yeah, tangents. Love them. No. No, I don't love tangents. They remind me of how bad I am as an artist. I don't deserve to be considered an artist. Okay. So. Wait, layer 5? Oh, right, okay. What is the layer 4? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna use layer 5 to fill in the details of her eyes. Just because... Just because, yes. Okay. Again, like I said, this little girl is dressed in Atlantean clothes. And she's supposed to be a character in what I am thinking is going to be the story in the book. Now, I am going to add something to her that is going to, how should I say, change things a little bit. And that is... a pair of glasses. This little girl is supposed to be a visitor from outside Atlantis. Not just spatially, but temporally. I think that's a word. Temporally. So yeah, and she would be one of the main characters in the book. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm gonna try just coloring her in like really quick to give an idea of what she's like. Okay, I picked kind of a light color, but it still feels kind of dark. Okay, not as bad. Not as bad. Oh. So yeah, as you can tell, she is a bit lighter than I am in terms of skin color. So yeah. That doesn't really drive the point home that she's not from Atlantis, because there's a lot of like different skin colors in Atlantis. Mine is just the most common one, because it's what usually you get when you mix a bunch of people from different places. Like eventually the skin colors are going to reach kind of a middle ground between all of them, like not too light, not too dark. I mean, depending on what's in the mix, obviously. Depending on what's in the mix. Okay. So I know they keep saying to not oversaturate colors. Okay, no, I don't like that. To not oversaturate colors. But no. No. That's, but honestly, that is one of the biggest issues that I have with coloring. It is indeed like the balancing of colors, like not exactly what goes well with what, but like what shades, how much saturation, how little saturation. Because I tend to go for very saturated colors, and sometimes that is not what you want. armlets probably made of fake gold. Again, I'm not gonna finalize this drawing, at least right now, because that's not the plan. Also, it's almost 1 a.m. It's almost 1 a.m. I have to go to sleep soon. It's just that when I start drawing, I can't stop. You can ask my brother. He was describing a character that he was going to use for a D&D campaign, and but he was having trouble with the design, and I was like, let me at it. Conclusion, I went to bed 2 hours later that day. Because when I started talking to him, I was like, okay, I'm just going to talk to my brother for like a little bit, and then I'm going to go to bed. And 2 hours later, I was still talking to him. Okay, eye whites. This, I don't think it's too bad to have, like, just pure white. I think. I don't know. I don't know anything about colors. I can only draw. I am very, very not at all sure of what I am doing. Okay. Okay, so her eye color is like a dark shade of like sort of wine. And her hair, I don't know if you can tell by the haphazard way that I choose colors that I don't know what I'm doing. Is that okay? Let me check. No, that'll do. That'll do. Okay. I do this thing that when I'm coloring in hair, well, if I'm doing it manually, like right now, I tend to still follow, like, the lines that you would if you were actually drawing the hair. I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only one who does that. Not sure what color this string would be. Probably brown as well, same color as the sandals. Ah, and see? No tangents. No tangents on the whatever this on the armlets and hair lines. Cool. Awesome. Just what I wanted. I once had someone berate me for not coloring in my drawings. Like, this was back in 2015 when I was starting to develop Ari and Lucia. I showed them to someone and they were like, why are they not colored? You can tell that this is a world filled with color. Why is it not here? Where's the color? And I'm like, I don't like coloring in pencil drawings because the colored pencils don't like the charcoal of the leads. What do you call, like, okay, so when you have a mechanical pencil, you fill it in with leads or leads. Which one is the right way to pronounce it? Because I've never heard it being pronounced. I've only seen the word written. Insert reaction image of Cuphead scratching his chin here. So yeah, maybe I can lighten the dress a little bit, because what I wanted was something a little bit more yellow. Something a bit more beige. Two? What do you mean two? Okay. Going to. Oh, okay. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? Okay, I'm gonna have to do it manually then. And if there's some bits of color missing, then pfft, that's too bad. That is way too bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your life. Whoops. Right. She doesn't have any actual outlines. She doesn't have outlines. Oh no. Okay, wait a second. Oh. Ah, okay, fine. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate this hair layer. I'm gonna erase the lines that should not be seen, just so we can get a better idea of what the picture, of what the drawing would actually look like. Because I'm a messy artist. I make a lot of spaghetti. Make a lot of spaghetti in my art. Oh, whoops. That's a little too much. Sorry. Sorry, arm. She has no fingers in her hands. Poor soul. Too bad. Too bad. So sad. This is not gonna look super good, but right now, I don't care. Right now, I don't care. I just want to finish this. So that we can get a clearer picture. Wait a second. Yeah, there you go. I wish that I could not have to fiddle around with this stupid thing. Because, like, this is too small, this is too big. Can't I get like a middle ground, please? Okay, can I do that with scroll? Yeah, okay, good. Good. There we go. I'll get the screen of that scene so you know what I mean. Okay. Okay. And there you go. This is one of the characters that is going to be in the book. At least the idea that I have for now. So the general gist of it is this girl just washes up on shore of an Atlantis that has been isolated from the rest of the world for a very long time. And everyone just goes up in a frenzy and like, who's this girl? Where did she come from? We thought we were alone and that nobody could breach our barriers. What the heck is what the heck is going on? And they end up calling in Atari. You know, this guy right here. They call in Atari, who has been in kind of a rough spot because he was made the Grand Shaman, but a lot of people don't agree with him being the Grand Shaman because of a bunch of different factors. Like, some say he's too young, some say he's too happy-go-lucky, he doesn't take the job seriously, he doesn't care about protocol, etc., etc. So this little girl is put in Atari's care so that, one, he can try to extract any information from her, like, where did she come from? How did she get there? Is anyone coming after her? Etc., etc. And to prove himself to the naysayers, but actually they're setting him up to fail. They don't expect him to be able to do anything with this girl. They're expecting him to just distract the girl and putting all of that behind them. Not think about it. Don't think about it. It's fine. Don't think about it. But the thing is, thank you, Barney. But the thing is, at the same time, someone in the upper echelons of Atlantis is finding out that there's probably a few secrets about Atlantis that are not known by that are not known to anyone. He finds out that there's a being sealed inside the, let's call it like the master crystal, like the master emerald. He finds that there's someone sealed there, and this person who was also a shaman, by the way. He was in the running to become Grand Shaman as well, but the previous Grand Shaman chose Atari instead. So he tries to find out who this being is and why he's in there, and when he finds out, he is kind of devastated. And he resolves that he needs to free this being, this creature. But in order to do that, he needs something that is handed over only to the Grand Shaman. He needs this. He needs the Tear of Tides, the jewel that's here on my staff. Because remember, this jewel was taken from the main crystal to secure a seal. So yeah, in order to undo the seal, you need this. So yeah, and that's what I have so far, like, thought out. I'm still not sure if any of this is a good idea. Like, one thing that I definitely know would happen is that Atari would take this little girl to his hometown, and help her learn about, like, the culture and the customs and all of that, and just overall try to make her feel welcome. Because, like, he knows that, like, this is a little girl. Like, I'm still not sure how old she should be, but I'm thinking like between 6, like, no older than 8, no younger than 5. Basically what Atari sees is, okay, like, they want me to extract information from this little girl, but she's not gonna know anything. She's like, she's school-aged. She's school-aged. Like, I'm not gonna, like, and I'm also not going to become, like, an inquisitor for her. So yeah, the two become friends, etc. And the rest, I would. You said she washed up, right? Yes, I did. Yeah, yes, I did. I said that she washed up. Again, if Atlantis is going to be anything like Plato envisioned it, then by the time Atari sees her, she would have already been taken to the capital, probably. But yeah, why do you ask, Cyanic? Actually, let me just gonna save. Where is my okay, let's just put it in here for now, so that I don't lose sight of it. Did she get the glasses on Atlantis, or are they magic? I guess you can say she's washed. She had the glasses. She had the glasses before. She had the glasses before she washed up. She washed up with them on. I don't know what I was trying to cook. That's okay, Barney. I don't know how to cook that well either. I would say both figuratively and literally. But yeah, no, the glasses are not magic. Glasses are normal prescription glasses. I mean, yeah, I can say that. They're prescription glasses. She wears them because she has problems. She probably has problems in her eyes. Like, so yeah. Mystery. And it's also kind of related to one of the things that I talked about in the beginning of the... Well, not in the beginning of the stream, because I spent a lot of time complaining about work. One of the things that I was wondering about with Atlantis, like, where in time is Atlantis? Where in time is Atlantis? Is it extant? Like, does it still exist in the modern era? In the modern era, or close to the modern era? Or is Atari's present taking place before the modern era, like a few thousand years or something like that, to make a basket? So yeah, either way, if Atlantis is not in the modern era, then that can be easily solved. Time travel, whatever. But in order for that time travel to make any sort of sense, and I know that making time travel make sense is terrible. It's hard. It's difficult. In order for time travel to make any sort of sense, you need to know when you're traveling to. When you're traveling to, how long are you traveling? What are the rules in place? You need to make up rules. So yeah. Okay. So, with that, yep, I ended up drawing. That was good. I don't know if I'm gonna actually finish this picture or if I'm going to try to make another one, because like there's like, of course there's other characters. There's other characters, some that I'm still developing. Again, it's all going to depend a lot on whether I actually go with this story or not. If I feel it's interesting enough. Because I've epic character bio with the thank you. Really, you think so? You think she's epic? Really? I mean, that makes me super happy. That makes me super happy. But yeah, like I didn't even say what she's like in terms of personality. But I think that you can kind of get it from how she looks. She's not like, she's kind of quiet, but she also has a good attitude, you know. Like she's a little bit carefree. Maybe she looks a bit older for 80 max. Other than that, I like the result. You said you were gonna do something quick, then went beyond what I thought that'd be like at least 3 times over. Yeah, no, I need to do more drawing streams, more like actual drawing streams. Also, really, Elmer, you think that she looks too old? She looks too old for 8 years old. Like, what age would you say she looks like? Like what, 10? And yeah, like again, this is not like finalized. I would still have to ink. I would still have to ink it and do like proper coloring and some shading. I wonder, what does it mean to be carefree? In her case, it means that she does not seem like, outwardly, she doesn't appear to be too worried about her current situation. Outwardly. Emphasis on that. 10, maybe 12 if I keep it to the younger side. Okay. I need to figure out how to make her look younger then. I mean, I'm still not sure about what her age should be. I want her to be a kid still, like not a teenager. I did play around with the idea before I came up with this character. I did play around with the idea of a different one that would know that it was still a girl, but she would be closer to Atari's age, if you consider Atari's age to be 14. And she would be like kind of the exact opposite of this girl in terms of attitude, because this girl still looks at everything in like awe. Like she has a sense, she does have the childlike sense of wonder still. The other character that I had before this one, which I still don't know if it's more interesting than this, would be a girl around Atari's age who apparently knows about Atlantis, and she is extremely withdrawn, extremely shy, like completely like closed off. And once she learns she's in Atlantis, she absolutely panics. Like she absolutely panics, and withdraws even more, which would make Atari's job even harder. Like, I think it's the proportion. Oh, she's 8. Maybe it's her height, but I thought she was a preteen. Oh. I mean, yeah, again, it's still still a little bit it's still in the works. It's still in the works. By the way, I have actually drawn this previous character. Let me see, where do I have her? She does have a few things in common with this one, namely the hair color and an accessory. Okay. Where did I put that? Maybe it's not here. Sketches? Maybe? No. I need to start putting all my drawings in this one folder, because I'm having a little bit of trouble finding stuff. Okay, not that. I'm just gonna show her to you, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. Yeah, maybe I put her here. No. No. Maybe here. Yeah. Yeah. Here she is. So yeah, this was the character that I had before this one. Again, she's wearing Atlantean clothes, but she has the glasses. So yeah. And when she arrived on Atlantis, because I think that I did do, yeah, there you go. she would have arrived looking like this. Yeah, it is different. It is different, and I honestly I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not sure which. I'm not sure which version would be more interesting or more compelling, because it's like this. On one hand, I do like the idea of Atari having to. Wait, no, this is Wakfu. No, go away. You don't need to save it. I do like the idea of Atari and this little girl forming a friendship. Like, you know, her bringing that sense of wonder, and Kyrie, no, Atari being kind of a babysitter. Like, I kind of like that idea, but I don't know if this is a little bit more involved. I mean, in terms of how the characters would in terms of how the characters would operate, yeah, this would be a much harder character to deal with. Like, a lot of the story would also have to do with, you know, bringing her out of her shell. Atari be looking cute. What? Like, what? Me? I'm here. I'm here. That's not me. That's not me. So yeah, I'm not sure which idea. I'm not sure which idea is the best narratively. Because yeah, I like this. I like this, but I'm not sure if this is better from a storytelling standpoint, or from a character interaction standpoint. The problem is that imagining Atari interacting with this girl is a little bit harder, I believe, because they're kind of on the same, like, they're in the same age. They're on the same age range. So, like, if anything, she would be, like, only 1 year older than Atari. And keep in mind, this is when I was like, okay, so Atari is 14, so that means that she would be, like, 15 at most. So yeah, I'm a little bit conflicted about these two, and about whether I should go with one or the other. Because this character's attitude is going to change a lot of things in the story. Like, just to give you a concrete example. If this was the deuteragonist, Atari would have to serve as her hype man, basically. Like, he would have to be the one to bring her out of her shell. And that would be where some of the conflict of the story would lie. For this one, again, in this, with this, Atari would take more of a babysitter role. I mean, one thing about this girl that is not immediately apparent is that she is she's pretty wise for her age. Like, she is, like, she acts like a normal kid, but sometimes she says things that it's like, oh, okay. But yeah, like, with this girl, it would be more of a fun time, more of a fun adventure, kind of. Like, come with me and I'll come. Oh, wait. Come with me and we'll go and see a place called Candied Island. Kind of. It would be kind of like in that. And this one, yeah, with this one, it would be more like, see, isn't this cool? And she'd be like, it's all gonna go away. It's all gonna go away someday. Why should I enjoy it? Why should I enjoy it? I shouldn't enjoy it. I'm gonna miss it if I like it. I don't want to like it. I don't want to like it. I don't want it to be. I don't want to miss it. I don't want to feel its loss. That would be this character's main gist. I mean, the original design could be drawn without glasses and could be someone that Atari decides to push the responsibility of taking care of the girl that you just drew. He wouldn't be able to do that because again, the no matter which girl he gets saddled with, trying to figure them out is the mission that's given to him by the queen, basically. His job is to try to figure out this girl. So that means that they are in his care. Like, you know, one of them. Complicated. But yeah, that would be the thing. Keep in mind, like, this would be the second main character, so to speak. But yeah, very different vibes, very. I mean, that is interesting. That is interesting. But I'm not sure. Like, I could rework her into I could rework her into a different character. Then I don't got a lot of ideas, at least for now. Yeah. No, like, again, it's a lot of this is still like in motion. I just wanted to share some of what I've been thinking, at least so far. That's the story part. But yeah, I think I have a lot of things to think about. Again. And I'll probably discuss it with some other people. Like my brother asked me a question when I asked him, okay, between these two characters, which one do you think would be more interesting? And he told me, okay, you have to think about this. If you are not the one writing this story, and if you saw the book with the two protagonists in a bookstore, like, which one would you pick? Like, would you pick the one with Atari and the little girl, or would you pick the one with Atari and the teenager? And honestly, I don't know. Because again, the vibes are completely different. Again, like with this one, it would be more of like a fun adventure, and then we get out, and then we learn that, oh crap, things are actually not good, and maybe you being here is part of that. Pick both. The teenager, you would prefer the teenager? You would prefer the teenager, Barney? Is that what you mean? I mean, thematically, it is true that she's, well, that she's, well, primed. she's primed for the role. Both might actually be more interesting. What do you mean? Both of them wash up on shore? If you're going with this design, young. If I'm going with this design, which design? Which design? Mine? Mine as in, Atari, the character? Both might actually be more interesting. I'm trying to figure out, like, how would that work? Atari multiverse. I mean, you kid, but I've also thought of, okay, what if instead of an epic story or whatever, I just made like short stories, or but from my life, but told through, I'm gonna call it an Atlantis lens, like oh yeah, I'm telling stories from my childhood, except it's in Atlantis. And everyone has Atlantean names, and yeah, kind of like Dragnet. The story you're about to see is true. The names and the looks and the place and the architecture has been changed to protect the innocent. So yeah, I think that I think that I'll have to talk about this again when there's more people watching, because I think that some of the people who already left could also have interesting insights into all of this. Sounds like a nice story. Yeah. I don't know. I'm a bit torn. Like the whole world building part, that needs to be set. That needs to be set in stone, no matter what I go with, because it's going to serve as the setting for either this or anything else that I do. I guess I don't know enough about the story. I imagine the readers relating more to the character here, as she's introduced to more of Atlantis. You got 28 people watching so far. Wait, 28 people currently watching? Wait a second. Wait a cotton picking minute here. Oh my word? There are 26 people watching. Huh? Okay, like, if you've watched this far, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that, like, at all. Like, oh, dude. Now I'm just thinking. Look, I sincerely hope that I didn't, like, bore anyone to death with, the whole thing of, trying to figure out what Plato was thinking when he made Atlantis, and, Lewis Spence, and this whole thing, that we are invisible people, apparently. Oh man, that's pretty cool. That's the most people I've had watching a stream of mine, in I don't know how long. I don't know how long, actually. Usually the max that I get is like 16. Like 16 people, or like usually it's like 12. Like, I do mean like concurrent watchers. You know, CCV. Like that's usually the most that I get. I think that I broke my record with my Live 2D debut, actually. I don't know. I don't know how many. I don't know how many that was, but wow. uh, but yeah. Unfortunately, I do have to go. I do have to go now because I really need to get to bed. Um, and and I hope that you enjoyed this little trek through the workings of my mind, and how I'm trying to think of this whole thing, because it's been a long time. It's been a long time in the making. And I really I just want this to feel like a place. Like, I just want this version of Atlantis to feel like a place that you could explore, you know? Like, that you could get lost in, you know, in the... I didn't talk a lot about the culture on this stream, but I am thinking of that. I'm thinking of that as well. And, you know, like, I just want this to be a version of Atlantis that you can get lost in, you know, like the place, the culture, the lore, like, and I want to make sure that if nothing else, then I at least was able to achieve that. Like, if nothing else, that's what I want to achieve with this version of Atlantis, and it's what I've been trying to do with all of this, with my character, with all the little lore drops that I keep doing, because some of those are things that I already know for sure that I'm going to keep. Others I'm still a little bit I don't know, maybe I can change this, but yeah. Okay. There is only one person that I apparently can send you to. So I'm gonna send you to them. I usually don't send people to this person because I usually don't stream this late. This is kind of this is kind of an oddity for me. But then again, I am forgetting what I was gonna say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, no, I definitely need to. I definitely need to get what I think is my ADHD certified, so that I can at least, you know, make sure that, yeah, like, if I can figure out how to function. Thanks for streaming. Hope everything becomes well. Drawing is very cute. Have a nice night. Thank you so much, Weeb. This is one of those long streams. I always love those. Okay. Okay, it's definitely time to say goodbye. Okay. Mom, can you just wait? Can you just wait a second? I'm just I'm finishing.
Para falar comigo.
Yes.
Tá bem, mas Tá bem. Então liga tu depois.
Ok.
Até já.
I was just telling my mom. I was just telling my mom that I'll call her later. Okay. I'll call her as soon as I end stream. Okay. Whether you're watching this live or the VOD. Isn't that expensive? I don't know. That's what I have to find out still. Whether you're watching this live or the VOD or are a lurker. Yes, you were supposed to hear that. I didn't mute on purpose. Well, you're not exactly supposed to hear that. Is that like I didn't want to have to mute. Like, okay. Okay. Whether you're watching this live or the VOD or a lurker or a member just has happened to not be able to show up, know that your presence is always appreciated. And see you soon! Or, as they say in Atlantis, Ekabe! Bye!